welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. I was carrying laundry upstairs when I noticed a door at the end of the hall, a door that shouldn't exist. My house only had 3 bedrooms and I knew every inch of it, but there it was, its frame slightly warped as if it had always been there waiting. The air around it was cooler, carrying the scent of damp wood and something faintly sweet. My breath hitched as I reached for the handle, and from the other side something knocked. One knock, firm and deliberate, not frantic or aggressive, just a simple acknowledgement that I was noticed. I recoiled, nearly dropping my laundry basket. The rational part of my mind began working through explanations. Perhaps I'd never noticed the door before, or maybe my memory was playing tricks on me. Houses settle and creak, old pipes knock. Yet as I stood there, the basket clutched against my chest, I knew these explanations were wrong. The door was new, the house was telling me so. I walked toward it again, my footsteps unnaturally loud against the wooden floor. The hallway seemed to stretch, each step taking longer than it should. The door remained unchanged, a dark wooden rectangle with an antique brass handle, slightly tarnished. It didn't match any other door in my house. The wood was darker, older somehow. I set my basket down and ran my fingers along the frame. The wood felt wrong, not cold exactly, but absent of warmth, as if it existed at a different temperature than everything around it. And there was a vibration, subtle but persistent, like the door was humming a note too low for human ears. "Hello," I called out, immediately regretting it. No response came, but the silence that followed felt different, expectant, as if the air itself was listening. I leaned closer, pressing my ear against the wood. At first, nothing. Then a sound emerged, soft and rhythmic, like breathing. Not human breathing, but something slower, deeper. I should have called someone. I should have left the house. Instead, I took out my phone and began taking pictures of the door, documenting its impossible existence. The photos looked normal, except for a slight blur around the edges of the frame, as if the camera couldn't quite focus on where the door met the wall. That night I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the door, wondering what waited behind it. I convinced myself I'd investigate properly in the morning with clear eyes and a rational mind. But as I drifted in and out of restless dreams, I heard it again, that single, deliberate knock. And something else, a faint scratching, as if something was tracing patterns on the other side. Morning came with gray light filtering through my curtains. I immediately went to the hallway, half expecting the door to be gone, a product of stress or an overactive imagination. But it remained, somehow more solid than before. The warping of the frame had increased, and hairline cracks now extended from it into my wall, like roots spreading outward. I decided to document everything. I grabbed a notebook and began recording observations. The temperature dropped near the door according to a thermometer, the smell stronger now, with hints of something metallic, and the sounds, the knocking had stopped, but the scratching continued intermittently. On the 3rd day, I noticed the handle had turned slightly, not enough to unlatch, but enough to show movement. I hadn't touched it since that first day. The scratching had evolved into patterns, 3 short, 1 long, repeated. I recorded the sounds, but when I played them back, my phone emitted only static. I became obsessed with the door. I stopped going to work. I set up a chair in the hallway and watched it for hours. Friends called, but I ignored them. Food lost its taste. Sleep became a luxury I couldn't afford. The door was changing me, or perhaps I was changing to accommodate its reality. On the seventh day, I noticed black liquid seeping from beneath it. Not enough to puddle, just a thin line of something viscous and dark. When I touched it, my fingertip burned and the skin turned gray for hours afterward. The liquid smelled like burnt sugar and iron. That night, the knocking returned louder, more insistent. A rhythm emerged: knock, knock, pause, knock, knock, knock. I found myself counting the seconds between sequences, finding patterns where perhaps none existed. The scratching had stopped completely. The next morning, I woke to find writing on my bedroom wall, not written in the black liquid as I initially feared, but carved directly into the drywall in thin, precise lines. The text wasn't in any language. I recognized symbols that seemed to shift when viewed from different angles. I took photographs, but the images showed only blank walls. My research began in earnest then. I looked up architectural anomalies, spatial distortions, even paranormal phenomena. I found cases similar to mine people who discovered rooms that shouldn't exist, doors that led to impossible spaces. Many of these accounts ended abruptly, their authors simply stopping mid-story. Now I understood why. The door had begun speaking, not with words, but with sensations pushed directly into my mind. I felt colors I couldn't name and tasted sounds that had no business being tasted. When I closed my eyes, I saw the back of my own head as if something was watching me from behind. When I turned around, the sensation remained, always behind me, never within sight. The black seepage increased, creating thin rivulets down the hallway wall. Where it touched, the paint bubbled and peeled away, revealing not drywall but something that resembled bark. My house was transforming, accommodating the door's reality rather than the other way around. I tried to leave once, packed a bag, walked downstairs, opened the front door, and stepped into the upstairs hallway, facing the door again. I tried the back door, the windows, even breaking through a wall. Each attempt led me back to the same spot, as if the house had folded around me. The handle turned fully on the 10th day. I watched it rotate slowly, degree by degree, until the latch clicked. The sound was like a gunshot in the silence of the house. The door remained closed, but now it was unlocked, waiting for me to pull it open. I didn't knock right away. Instead, I sat across from it, my back against the opposite wall, and we regarded each other in silence. The door had patience. It had waited this long, it could wait longer. My resistance broke on the 12th day. Not because of the knocking, which had become constant, or the black liquid, which now covered the hallway floor, or even the whispering that came when I tried to sleep. I opened the door because I realized I had always been meant to. From the moment I first saw it, this outcome was inevitable. The handle felt warm under my palm, alive and pulsing. I pulled the door toward me, and it opened without sound. Beyond the threshold wasn't darkness, as I'd expected, but a perfect replica of the hallway I stood in, except everything was shifted slightly to the left. The colors were wrong too, saturated in places they shouldn't be. And at the end of this mirrored hallway stood another door, identical to the one I had just opened. Standing in the duplicate hallway was my own reflection, but not quite. The figure that looked back at me wore my face imperfectly, like an ill-fitting mask. Its posture was too straight, its smile too wide. When it moved, the movements came a fraction of a second before my own, as if it were leading and I was following. It beckoned to me. Against every instinct, I stepped through the threshold. The air on the other side tasted metallic and ancient. My skin prickled as reality recalibrated around me. Behind me, the door closed without my touching it. My double approached, its movements fluid yet somehow wrong, like a puppet with too many joints. It circled me, examining from all angles, its smile never wavering. When it finally spoke, its voice was mine but hollow, as if echoing from somewhere deep. "We have been waiting for you to notice," it said. "Notice what?" I asked, my voice small in this distorted space. "The door has always been here. You just forgot how to see it." The double reached out and touched my face. Its fingers left burning trails on my skin, and memories flooded back memories that couldn't be mine. I saw myself opening this same door countless times across countless lives. I saw what waited behind other doors deeper in this place. I saw why the door had appeared to me now. "Your turn to knock," my double said, gesturing to the second door at the end of the hallway. I understood then. I hadn't discovered the door, I had been summoned by it. The knocking I heard was never meant to call me in. It was meant to teach me how to call others. My double placed something in my hand, a small hammer made of a material I couldn't identify. It was heavy yet seemed to weigh nothing at all. "Someone is waiting," it whispered, nodding toward the second door. "Someone is noticing the door that wasn't in their house yesterday." I walked to the second door, raised the hammer, and knocked, once, firm and deliberate. From the other side, I heard a basket of laundry drop. Story 2. The field behind my grandfather's house had always been empty, nothing but rows of swaying corn. But one evening, as I walked along the edge, I saw them. Eyes, dozens of them just barely visible between the stalks, too high to belong to any animal. My stomach twisted as the wind shifted, carrying the scent of earth and something sharp, metallic. And then all at once they blinked. I froze mid-step, my breath caught in my throat. The rational part of my mind searched for explanations, reflections from the setting sun, dewdrops catching the light, my imagination running wild after too many late nights. But deep down I knew these were eyes watching me with an unnerving stillness. I backed away slowly, my fingers instinctively reaching for my phone to document what I was seeing. The camera lens swept across the field, but the screen showed nothing unusual, just corn stalks gently swaying. When I looked up again, the eyes remained, unblinking now, more numerous than before. My grandfather had never mentioned anything unusual about the cornfield. He was a practical man who spoke of soil quality and rainfall, not mysteries or phenomena. But as I turned to leave, a whisper carried across the field, not from human lips, but from the rustling of countless leaves, forming words just beyond comprehension. That night, sleep evaded me. The window of my bedroom faced the cornfield, and I could feel its presence even with the curtains drawn. Something had changed in my perception of that place. What had once been ordinary farmland now felt like a doorway to something else, something watching, waiting. Morning brought clarity and doubt. Under the bright sun, my experience felt dreamlike, a product of shadows and an overactive imagination. I almost convinced myself to let it go, but the persistent feeling of being observed followed me throughout the day. When dusk approached, I returned with a flashlight and a notebook. If something was happening in that field, I would document it properly. The corn stood tall and unremarkable as I approached, notebook in hand. "Hello," my voice sounded small against the vastness of the field. "Is anyone there?" No response came, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, a change rippled through the corn. The stalks began to sway in uniform motion, despite no wind blowing. and then, one by one, the eyes appeared again, higher than before, as if whatever bore them had grown overnight. This time I forced myself to walk closer, stepping between the first row of corn stalks. The sweet, earthy smell intensified, mingled with that same metallic tang. My flashlight beam cut through the gathering darkness, illuminating nothing but corn, yet all around me I could feel the eyes. My hand trembled as I wrote in my notebook, "The eyes appear at dusk. They cannot be photographed. They blink in unison." A sound made me jump, a low hum emanating from deeper in the field. It pulsed like a heartbeat, growing louder with each step I took. The corn stalks brushed against my clothes, seeming to reach toward me. I pushed forward, drawn by curiosity stronger than fear. The rows seemed to shift around me, and soon I realized I had lost sight of the edge of the field. Every direction looked identical, endless corn extending into darkness. The humming stopped abruptly. In its place came whispers, clearer now. "You came back. We knew you would. You belong here." My flashlight flickered, then died. In the sudden darkness, the eyes multiplied, surrounding me completely. They no longer remained still, but moved among the corn, circling me. I ran, crashing through stalks, my hands raised to protect my face. The corn seemed to grab at me, leaves slicing my skin like paper cuts. No matter which way I turned, the edge of the field remained elusive. When I finally broke free, my clothes were torn and thin red lines marked my arms. My grandfather stood on the porch, watching me with concern. "What happened to you?" he asked. The words caught in my throat. How could I explain? Instead, I asked, "The cornfield, has anything strange ever happened there?" His expression changed subtly, a shadow passing across his features. "Why do you ask?" "I saw something," I admitted, eyes watching from between the stalks. He was quiet for so long I thought he might not answer. Finally he said, "That field was empty once, before my father planted the first crop." He said nothing more, but his gaze drifted toward the field with something that looked remarkably like reverence. That night I found an old leather journal while searching through the attic. The brittle pages contained entries from my great-grandfather, detailing his struggle with the barren field behind the house. Nothing would grow there until one season when he tried a new method. The handwriting became increasingly erratic in later entries. "The corn grows too fast, it whispers at night. Something moves between the rows when no one is watching. They need more, always more." The final entry simply read, "I have made a bargain." The journal fell from my trembling hands. As it hit the floor, it opened to a page I hadn't seen, a crude drawing of eyes, dozens of them, scattered across the page. I couldn't sleep. From my window, I noticed movement in the cornfield, the stalks parting as something large moved through them. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and headed outside, drawn back to the very thing that terrified me. The corn had grown impossibly tall overnight, now looming above me like a living cathedral. The eyes were everywhere, no longer hiding. They pulsed with an internal light that illuminated the field in an eerie glow. My phone began to emit static, the screen distorting with shapes that resembled faces pressing against glass. When I looked up from the screen, the corn had parted before me, creating a path leading into the heart of the field. I should have run, I should have packed my things and left this place. Instead, I followed the path. In the center of the field stood what appeared to be a scarecrow, but wrong in every way. It wasn't made of straw, but of something that glistened wetly in the moonlight, and it had no face, only a smooth surface that reflected my own features back at me, distorted and changed. The scarecrow moved, tilting its head as if curious. When it spoke, its voice came from everywhere at once. Your family has tended us well, but now we need more than your grandfather can provide. The corn rustled in agreement, a whispering chorus that surrounded us. What are you? I managed to ask. The scarecrow extended what might have been an arm, pointing to the ground beneath us. We are what was here before, what will remain after. Your great-grandfather understood the bargain. The earth beneath my feet felt suddenly soft, giving way slightly with each breath I took. Looking down, I saw that what I had taken for soil was moving, crawling with thousands of tiny eyes that blinked up at me. The field must be fed, the scarecrow continued. A bargain must be kept. I backed away, but the path had closed behind me. Corn stalks pressed close, their leaves suddenly sharp as blades. Your blood already knows us, the scarecrow said. We tasted it when the field marked you. I touched the cuts on my arms, which had begun to itch intensely. To my horror, I saw tiny green shoots emerging from the deepest cuts, unfurling like miniature corn leaves from my own flesh. No, I whispered, trying to pull them out, but the roots had already grown too deep. The scarecrow reached for me with appendages that were neither arms nor branches, but something in between. Your great-grandfather gave us the first sacrifice. Your grandfather maintained us, and now you will join us, become part of the field, eyes among the corn. I ran then, tearing through the stalks with desperate strength. Behind me, the scarecrow did not pursue, it didn't need to. The cornfield itself came alive, stalks bending to block my path, roots emerging from the soil to trip me. When I finally reached the edge of the field, my grandfather stood waiting, his expression resigned. You went too deep, he said quietly. No one goes to the center and comes back unchanged. What did great-grandfather do? I demanded, my voice breaking. What was the bargain? He looked at me with pity. The land was dead, nothing would grow. He found a way to change that, but everything has a price. I looked down at my arms where the small green shoots had multiplied, spreading under my skin like veins. Am I becoming like them? I asked. My grandfather nodded slowly. The field claims one from each generation. It will be slow. You still have time. Time for what? To find the next keeper, he said. Someone to tend the field when you no longer can. Someone to feed it, as I have done, as you will do. I wanted to deny it, to rip the growing shoots from my flesh and burn the entire field to ash. But even as these thoughts formed, I felt a strange new awareness blooming within me, a connection to every stalk, every kernel, every eye watching from the corn. I understood the whispers now. They weren't threatening me, they were welcoming me home. Each night since then I returned to the field. The transformation continues, slow but inevitable. New eyes form in the corn each day, and I recognize them now as my own, multiplied and scattered throughout the field. I can see through them, experience the world from countless perspectives simultaneously. My grandfather grows weaker while the shoots beneath my skin spread further. Soon I will take his place as keeper of the field, and someday I will stand at the edge of the corn and watch as another comes walking along the path, drawn by eyes that peer between the stalks. The field must be tended, the field must be fed, the bargain must be kept. And through countless eyes, I will watch eternally from between the corn. Story 3, I had never seen him before. He was tall, his coat damp from the rain, his face pale and stretched into something like a smile. He said my name. I didn't ask how he knew it. I couldn't. My throat tightened as the scent of wet leaves and something faintly rotten curled into the house. He lifted one hand, pressing it flat against the doorframe, his nails too long, too dark. "I've been looking for you," he whispered. The words hung between us, heavy in the autumn air. Behind him, the sky had darkened to a deep purple, clouds swollen with unspent rain. My fingers tightened around the doorknob, ready to slam it shut, but something in his eyes made me hesitate, a familiar gleam, as if we shared a secret I couldn't remember. "Do I know you?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. He tilted his head slightly, water dripping from his hair onto his shoulders. "Not yet," he said, "but you will." I should have closed the door, anyone with sense would have. Instead, I stood frozen as he reached into his pocket and withdrew a small, worn notebook. Its cover was stained dark in places, the edges frayed. "May I come in?" he asked, though it didn't feel like a question, more like a formality before an inevitable action. My home had always been my sanctuary, the place where I controlled everything, the temperature, the sounds, the smells. Yet I found myself stepping aside, creating a space for him to enter. As he crossed the threshold, the lights in my living room dimmed momentarily, though the power didn't cut out. He smelled wrong, not unclean, but unnatural, like chemicals trying to mimic a human scent. The notebook remained clutched in his hand as he surveyed my living space with eyes that moved too quickly, taking in details with mechanical precision. "You've decorated differently," he said, running a finger along the spine of a book I'd never read but kept on my shelf for appearances. "I've lived here for years," I replied. "Nothing's changed." His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed too uniform, too white. "Everything changes, you just haven't noticed yet." I wanted to call someone to reach for my phone, but it wasn't in my pocket where I always kept it. Had I left it charging in the bedroom? Had I left it somewhere else? The uncertainty was a new feeling, unwelcome and disorienting. "What do you want?" I asked, maintaining distance between us. He opened the notebook, flipping through pages filled with cramped, spidery writing. Some pages contained sketches, dark, abstract forms I couldn't make out from where I stood. "I'm here to document," he said simply, "the changes, the patterns, the progression." "What progression?" Instead of answering, he moved to my window and pressed his palm against the glass. The rain outside intensified, drops hammering against the pane with unnatural force. Where his skin touched the surface, the glass seemed to ripple slightly, like water disturbed by a pebble. "Have you noticed anything unusual lately?" he asked, still facing the window. "Dreams that feel too real, sounds that shouldn't be there, objects moved from where you left them." A chill crept up my spine. The night before, I'd woken convinced someone had called my name. The week before that, I'd found my kitchen knives rearranged in their drawer. Small things, insignificant things, things I'd attributed to stress or forgetfulness. "No," I lied. He turned to face me, his expression knowing. "Denial is the first stage. It's documented extensively." He tapped the notebook. "You'll move past it soon." "I think you should leave," I said, finding courage in anger. whatever game this is. It's not a game, he interrupted, his voice suddenly sharp. It's a process, a necessary one. The lights flickered again, longer this time. In the momentary darkness, his silhouette seemed to shift, becoming taller, thinner, before returning to normal when the light stabilized. He approached my bookshelf again and removed a book, a photo album I didn't recognize. With casual familiarity, he began flipping through its pages. "Where did that come from?" I demanded. "It's been here," he said, not looking up. "Second shelf, between the dictionary and the travel guide you've never used." He was right about the travel guide, a gift from someone who thought I should see more of the world, but the album, I'd never seen it before. Yet when I looked at the shelf, I could see the empty space where it had apparently sat for who knows how long. He turned the album toward me. On its pages were photographs of me at a beach I'd never visited, with people I'd never met. In one, I stood next to him, both of us smiling at the camera. "This isn't real," I whispered. "Memory is unreliable," he replied, closing the album. "Reality even more so." My head began to ache, a dull throb behind my eyes. The room felt suddenly too warm, the air too thick. I stumbled to the couch and sat down, trying to gather my thoughts into something coherent. "What's happening to me?" He sat beside me too close, the notebook open on his lap. I could see my name written repeatedly across one page, each iteration slightly different handwriting, different ink. "The barrier is thinning," he said, as if that explained everything. "Between what is and what could be, between you and them." "Them." He smiled again, "the other versions of you, the ones who made different choices, the ones who recognized me when I came to their door." He reached out, his fingers cold as they brushed against my wrist. Where he touched, my skin prickled, nerves firing with confused signals, hot, cold, pain, pleasure. "Look," he said, pointing to the wall behind my television. At first I saw nothing unusual, then a subtle movement caught my eye. The wallpaper patterned simple vertical stripes I'd chosen for their neutrality was shifting, the lines bending slightly, creating waves that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. "You're drugging me," I accused, pulling my arm away from his touch. "You put something in the air, or—" "You always say that," he sighed, making a note in his book. "Every version of you, so suspicious, so resistant." The wallpaper movement intensified, the waves growing larger. Behind them, I could swear I saw shadows moving, pressing against the wall as if it were a membrane about to tear. "Make it stop," I demanded, rising to my feet. "I can't," he said, watching me with clinical interest. "It's already in motion, has been since before I arrived. I'm just here to observe, to record." My phone, I needed my phone. I rushed to my bedroom, throwing open the door only to freeze in the doorway. The room beyond wasn't mine. The dimensions were wrong, the ceiling too high, the walls too far apart. My bed remained, but it was surrounded by dozens of identical beds, stretching into an impossible distance. On each bed lay a figure, me, different versions wearing different clothes with different hairstyles, different ages. Some slept peacefully, others thrashed in obvious distress. A few sat upright, staring directly at me with vacant eyes. I slammed the door shut, my breath coming in ragged gasps. He stood behind me, notebook open, pen poised. "Interesting reaction," he murmured, writing something down. "Much stronger than subject 173. more in line with 58 and 112. What have you done to my house? My voice was barely audible, even to myself. Nothing, your house is doing it to itself, or rather the convergence is, too many realities occupying the same space. He flipped to a new page in his notebook. It happens every cycle. The walls between worlds grow thin, things bleed through, people, memories, sometimes entire rooms. As if to confirm his words, a low groaning noise emanated from the walls, the sound of wood and plaster under impossible strain. A picture frame fell, the glass shattering on impact. Inside was a photo of me with a family. I didn't have a partner, children, a dog. How do I make it stop? I pleaded. His expression softened momentarily, almost sympathetic. You don't, you can't. The best you can do is choose. Choose what? Which version continues? Which reality solidifies when the convergence ends? The floor beneath us trembled. From the kitchen came the sound of breaking dishes. The air grew heavy with the scent of ozone and copper. How, I asked, desperate for any solution. He held out the notebook. Write your name, the way you remember it, the way it feels right. I took the book, my hands shaking. The pages were filled with variations of my signature, some nearly identical to my own handwriting, others wildly different. Foreign alphabets, pictographs, symbols I couldn't comprehend. A name has power, he explained. It anchors you to your reality. Choose the one that's truly yours, and you might stabilize this particular branch. The pen felt unnaturally heavy in my hand. As I poised it over a blank space on the page, a deafening crack split the air. A fissure appeared in my living room wall, jagged and dark. Through it, I glimpsed another room similar to mine, but subtly wrong. Different paint, different furniture, different me, staring back with the same horror I felt. Quickly, he urged, the convergence is accelerating. I pressed the pen to paper and began to write my name. The first letter felt wrong, not the shape I had made thousands of times before. I scratched it out, tried again, still wrong. My hands seemed to want to form characters I'd never seen, muscle memory I'd never developed. I can't remember, I whispered, panic rising. I can't remember how to write my own name. Interesting, he murmured, taking notes on his hand now that I had his book. Memory dissolution at this stage is rare. You're fighting yourself all yourselves. The fissure widened, more cracks appeared in the walls, the ceiling, the floor. Through each, I could see fragments of other places, other lives. Me in a hospital bed, me in a strange uniform, me lying motionless on a floor covered in something dark and wet. Choose, he insisted, or the convergence will choose for you. With a final, desperate effort, I forced my hand to move, to write what felt like my name, my real name. As the last stroke completed, the notebook grew hot in my hands, the page glowing with a pale, sickly light. The fractures in reality froze, their expansion halted. For one brief moment, everything was still. Then, like glass breaking in reverse, the cracks began to close. The visions of other lives, other rooms, other selves receded. The walls straightened. The fallen picture frame was whole again, though the image inside remained unfamiliar. The man nodded approvingly. Well done. Not many choose correctly on their first convergence. Is it over? I asked, my voice hoarse. This one is. He took back his notebook, examining what I'd written with obvious interest. The next will be stronger. They always are. When? He smiled that too wide smile. Time is relative during a convergence. Could be days, could be moments. I'll be there regardless. He moved to the door, his form seeming to flicker slightly at the edges. Before leaving, he turned back one last time. "Keep that picture," he said, nodding toward the reframed family photo. "It belongs to the version of you that one last time, a reminder that victory is temporary." The door closed behind him. I rushed to lock it, then leaned against the wood, sliding down until I sat on the floor. The house settled into silence, normal again, except for the unfamiliar photograph and the lingering scent of something burning. I tried to recall exactly what I'd written in his book. My name, yes, but it hadn't felt like my name as I wrote it. It had felt like someone else's, someone similar to me, but fundamentally different. Someone whose life I was now living. I looked down at my hands, turning them over slowly. Were they mine? Had they always had that small scar on the left thumb? Had my nails always been this shape? Outside, the rain had stopped. Night had fallen completely. I rose on unsteady legs and moved to the window, drawing back the curtain to look out at the darkness. In the distance, a tall figure stood beneath a streetlight, notebook in hand. As if sensing my gaze, he looked up. Even from this distance, I could see his smile. He waved once, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows between lights. I let the curtain fall back into place and turned to face my home, my reality, whether it was truly mine or not. On the coffee table, something caught my eye. A small, worn notebook identical to the one he'd carried. I approached it cautiously. The cover bore a simple title, handwritten in that same spidery script. Subject 247, First Convergence Complete. I didn't open it, not yet. Instead, I placed it carefully on the shelf, second shelf, between the dictionary and the travel guide I'd never used, where it seemed to fit perfectly, as if it had always been there. And perhaps it had. Story 4, I was brushing my hair when I saw it just for a second, my reflection perfectly still except for its eyes. It looked past me toward the open door behind me as if watching something enter the room. My fingers tightened around the brush. The air smelled like dust and something faintly floral like perfume left too long in the bottle. Slowly I turned. Nothing was there. But when I looked back at the mirror, my reflection was smiling. Not with my smile, not with any smile I'd ever made. The corners of its mouth stretched a fraction too wide, its eyes a shade too bright. I blinked, and it blinked with me, returning to perfect mimicry. I placed the brush down on the vanity, watching my hand in the mirror complete the same motion. Everything seemed normal again. Perhaps I'd imagined it a trick of the light, a momentary disconnect between perception and reality. But I knew what I'd seen. The next morning, I avoided the bathroom mirror. I brushed my teeth, leaning away from the sink, letting my peripheral vision guide my movements. I combed my hair by feel. When I washed my hands, I kept my gaze fixed on the running water. But you can only avoid your reflection for so long. The kitchen faucet caught me off guard. I was washing dishes when I noticed it, my distorted image in the curved chrome surface. The shape was blurry, but I could have sworn my reflection's head was angled differently from mine. I jerked back, sending soap bubbles flying. When I leaned in again, the warped reflection moved correctly, following my motions with expected delay. I decided to document what was happening. Maybe seeing it written down would help me make sense of it. I took notes on my phone, detailing each incident, each moment of disconnect. Day 1, mirror incident. Reflection looked away, then smiled independently. Day 2 avoided mirrors, possible anomaly in kitchen faucet reflection. Day 3 nothing unusual in bathroom mirror, but the reflection in my coffee mug seemed to ripple incorrectly. I began testing my theory. I would make sudden movements in front of mirrors, jerking my head or waving quickly to see if I could catch my reflection lagging. I took photos of myself in mirrors, examining them for discrepancies. Nothing concrete emerged, but the feeling of being watched intensified, especially at night. My sleep became disrupted by vivid dreams of glass surfaces. In one recurring nightmare, every window in my home showed a different version of me looking in, each with that same wrong smile. On the 5th day, I noticed something odd about my shadow. It seemed to darken in patches, as if certain parts were absorbing more light than others. When I moved by the window where morning light streamed in, my shadow on the wall looked almost normal, except for a slight distortion around the edges. I waved my hand, and my shadow's fingers seemed to linger in motion a microsecond too long, a fraction too fluid. That night I covered every reflective surface in my home with sheets and towels. The bathroom mirror, the television screen, the microwave door, even my phone when not in use. I kept the lights bright, minimizing shadows. For a few hours I felt safer, until I noticed the window. Night had transformed the glass into a perfect black mirror. I'd forgotten to close the curtains, and there I was, my reflection standing in the illuminated room. Only this time I caught it mid-movement. It was turning away from me, facing something in the reflected version of my living room that wasn't present in mine. I froze, watching as my reflection took a step back, its body language suggesting fear or surprise. I remained perfectly still, my heart pounding as my reflection's mouth opened in what appeared to be a silent scream. The lights flickered. When they stabilized, my reflection was gone from the window. Just darkness remained. I ran to the switch and illuminated the porch light. The window showed only my own terrified face, responding correctly to my movements once again. That night I slept on the couch with every light in the house blazing. I woke to the sound of my phone recording app running. The screen showed it had been recording for 6 hours while I slept. I didn't remember starting it. My finger trembled as I pressed play. Most of the recording was just the ambient sounds of the house, the refrigerator's hum, occasional creaks of the structure settling. But near the end, barely audible, was breathing, not mine. The rhythm was wrong, slightly faster, more shallow. And underneath it, a whisper so faint I had to press the phone against my ear to hear. "Let me in." I deleted the recording immediately, my hands shaking. This was becoming too real, too difficult to dismiss as imagination or fatigue. I decided to document visually. I set up my laptop camera to record me while I slept the next night. I positioned it so it would capture both me and the large decorative mirror on the opposite wall. The next morning, I reviewed the footage with dread pooling in my stomach. For the first few hours, nothing happened, just me sleeping, occasionally shifting position. The mirror reflected the room normally. Then at exactly 3:17 a.m., according to the timestamp, something changed. The reflection of me sleeping remained in the mirror, but a shadow passed across the glass. Not cast by anything in the room, this shadow moved within the mirror itself, a darkness that seemed to inspect my sleeping form from within that reflected world. And then slowly, the reflection of me in the mirror sat up. On the couch, my recorded self continued sleeping, but in the mirror, my reflection was now fully upright, head turned directly toward the camera, eyes wide open. It smiled that same wrong smile and raised a finger to its lips. The video continued for another hour, my reflection simply sitting there, watching my sleeping form, occasionally tilting its head as if listening to something. Sometimes its lips moved in silent words. The real me slept on, oblivious. I slammed the laptop shut and backed away from it. This couldn't be happening. Perhaps I was editing my own memories. Perhaps the video was corrupted. Perhaps. The laptop screen flashed on by itself, displaying not my desktop, but what appeared to be a live feed of my living room from an impossible angle high in the corner, looking down. I wasn't visible in the frame. The screen went black after a few seconds. When it came back on, everything was normal: my desktop, my files, reality as it should be. I needed to understand what was happening. I began researching, reading about perception disorders, hallucinations, even supernatural phenomena involving mirrors and reflections. I found myths from various cultures about mirrors capturing souls, about doppelgangers and mirror worlds. One ancient text suggested that reflections were actually glimpses into parallel realities, and that occasionally the barriers between these worlds could weaken. I dismissed it as superstition, but the idea lingered uncomfortably in my mind. I decided on a practical approach. If my reflection was somehow becoming independent, I would remove its ability to manifest. I took down every mirror in my home, packing them away in the closet. I covered windows at night. I even placed tape over the front-facing camera on my phone. For 2 days, nothing unusual happened. I began to breathe easier, to convince myself it had been an episode of extreme stress, perhaps even a brief psychotic break that was now resolving. Then I noticed the water. A puddle had formed on my bathroom floor, seemingly from nowhere. As I bent to examine it, the surface caught the light from above, and in that tiny, imperfect mirror, I saw movement that wasn't mine. I backed away, but my foot slipped. I fell hard, my head striking the edge of the bathtub. Pain exploded through my skull, and my vision swam with black spots. As I lay there dazed, the puddle expanded toward me, defying the slight slope of the floor. The water touched my splayed fingers, and it felt wrong, too warm, too thick. I tried to pull my hand away, but weakness flooded through me. The puddle's surface rippled, and within it I saw my face, but contorted with an expression of malicious triumph. My reflection reached up. I felt fingers grasp mine from below, from within the impossible depth of that quarter-inch of water. With the last of my strength, I yanked my hand free and crawled from the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. I pressed my back against it, gasping, as something heavy thudded against the other side. Once, twice, then silence. When I finally gathered the courage to open the door, hours later, the bathroom was dry. No puddle, no evidence of what had happened. Only a small bruise forming on my temple where I'd struck the tub. I might have convinced myself I'd imagined it all if not for what I found on my hand. A perfect handprint in negative, like someone had bleached the pigment from my skin in the exact shape of fingers slightly longer than my own. I wear gloves now even inside. I avoid water beyond the absolute minimum needed for survival. I write these words as a record, as evidence that I'm not insane, though I'm no longer certain who will read them. Because this morning I caught a glimpse of myself in a passing car window, only it wasn't me on this side of the glass. I was on the other side, looking out, watching my body walk by. My reflection has escaped, and I have taken its place. So if you see me now, know that it isn't me at all. And if you look closely into my eyes, you might notice they focus just past you, watching something you cannot see enter the room behind you. Whatever you do, don't turn around and don't look in the mirror. Because reflections lie, and mine has learned to wear my face. Story 5, my backyard had always been a small patch of grass bordered by a low fence, but this morning it wasn't. The fence was gone, and in its place stood a forest. Dark trees, their branches too thick, too still. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of moss and something older, untouched. My hands trembled as I took a step forward. The ground beneath me was soft, uneven, as if something had been buried just beneath the surface. I rubbed my eyes, certain I was still dreaming. The forest shouldn't be here, couldn't be here. Yet it remained when I opened my eyes again, vast and impossible. Birds called from somewhere deep within, their songs unfamiliar, discordant notes that made my skin prickle. I retreated into my kitchen and brewed coffee, convinced that caffeine might restore order to my world. Through the window, the forest loomed, its shadows dancing even though there was no wind. My phone was in my hand before I realized it, camera open, documenting the impossible scene beyond my back door. The photos showed nothing but static, blurred smears of green and brown. I tried again and again, each attempt yielding the same indecipherable result. When I switched to video, my microphone captured sounds I hadn't heard with my own ears. Whispers, barely audible, speaking words in no language I recognized. I called my neighbor, intending to ask if they too could see what had replaced our adjoining yards. The line connected but remained silent, no dial tone, no ringing, just a soft hiss punctuated by what might have been breathing. Curiosity pulled me toward the threshold where my patio met the forest floor. Standing there, I noticed tiny mushrooms sprouting from the edge of my concrete slab, pale flesh pushing through cracks that hadn't existed yesterday. When I crouched to examine them, they seemed to pulse, contracting slightly as my shadow fell across them. The rational part of my mind insisted I call someone authorities, scientists, someone who could explain this phenomenon, but my fingers faltered on the phone screen, unable to complete the action. Something about the forest demanded private attention, as if this manifestation were meant only for me. I went to my study and returned with a notebook. If technology couldn't capture this anomaly, perhaps pen and paper could. My first sketches were crude outlines of the tree line, but as I continued drawing, my hand moved with increasing precision, capturing details I hadn't consciously observed, faces in the bark, patterns in the canopy that resembled ancient symbols. The pages filled quickly, my handwriting growing smaller, more frantic, transitioning from documentation to something else, thoughts that didn't feel entirely my own. Words about roots that reached beneath the foundations of reality, about the thinness of the veil between worlds, about ancient hunger awakening. A small bird landed on my patio railing. Its feathers were iridescent black, its eyes unnaturally large and aware. It tilted its head as it regarded me, then opened its beak. The sound that emerged was a perfect mimicry of my morning alarm. I approached it slowly, notebook clutched to my chest. The bird remained still, allowing me to draw within arm's reach before it took flight, heading straight into the forest. Without conscious decision, I followed. The transition from my patio to the forest floor felt like stepping through a membrane. The air grew thicker, carrying scents that triggered memories I couldn't place, childhood fears, forgotten dreams. Sounds became muffled as if the forest absorbed them. My footsteps made no noise despite the carpet of leaves beneath my feet. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in impossible patterns, creating patches of illumination that shifted when I tried to look directly at them. The trees grew larger the further I ventured, their trunks widening, bark darkening to a color that absorbed light rather than reflected it. My skin began to itch. Looking down, I discovered fine roots growing across my shoes, anchoring me momentarily before I pulled away in panic. They broke easily enough, but left minute tendrils embedded in the leather. I marked my path by breaking small branches, but when I looked back, the markers had vanished. The broken twigs had reattached themselves, wounds healing before my eyes. The forest was rejecting my attempts to impose order upon it. The blackbird reappeared periodically, always just ahead, leading me deeper. I found myself talking to it, asking questions that echoed unanswered among the trees. My voice sounded foreign to my ears, as if someone else were speaking through me. I came upon a clearing perfectly circular where no plants grew. The soil here was darker, almost black, with a texture like cold ash. At its center stood a single stump, cut so cleanly it appeared polished. Rings marked its surface, but instead of the expected circular pattern, they formed a spiral that drew the eye inward. The stump called to me. I knelt beside it, running my fingers across its surface. The wood was warm, vibrating with subtle energy. My notebook fell open, pages turning by themselves until they revealed a drawing I had no memory of, creating a perfect rendering of this stump, drawn before I discovered it. Written beneath the drawing, in handwriting that slanted more sharply than my own, the heart remembers what the mind forgets. I pressed my palm flat against the stump and the forest responded. The ground trembled. Trees swayed toward me, their branches reaching, grasping. The bird landed on the stump beside my hand, its eyes now mirroring the spiral pattern. "You've been expected," it said in a voice that was mine. My head filled with images, memories that couldn't be mine. Ancient rituals performed in this same clearing. My house, my neighborhood, constructed atop land that had been cleared by force, trees burning, spirits displacing. The forest that had always been here, that had never left, merely retreated into something adjacent to reality, waiting. I tried to pull my hand away, but roots had emerged from the stump, wrapping around my wrist, burrowing painlessly beneath my skin. My veins darkened, patterns of growth spreading up my arm. I should have been terrified, but instead felt a strange calm washing over me. The bird spoke again. "The forest needs a keeper. The forest needs a voice." Through the trees, I glimpsed movement, other figures, partially hidden, watching. Their forms weren't quite human, too tall, too fluid in their movements. They raised their hands in what might have been greeting or warning. The roots reached my heart and knowledge flooded me. The forest hadn't appeared overnight, it had returned, and it needed something from those who had replaced it. With sudden clarity, I understood my role. The forest required a translator, someone who straddled both worlds. The roots retreated from my flesh, leaving intricate patterns etched into my skin like living tattoos. They pulsed with the same rhythm as my heartbeat. I returned home as darkness fell, navigating the path with newfound certainty. The forest parted before me, branches bending away, creating a corridor that led directly to my back door. My house felt foreign now, too rigid, too sterile. The walls seemed to press inward. When I turned on the tap, the water ran briefly green before clearing. Plants throughout my home had grown exponentially, breaking free of their pots, roots cracking through ceramic and plastic. In my bathroom mirror, my reflection showed subtle changes. My eyes held flecks of green that hadn't been there before. When I smiled, my teeth seemed sharper. The patterns on my arm had faded but remained visible beneath the skin, shifting slightly when observed directly. That night I dreamed of the forest. I moved through it as both myself and something else, experiencing its consciousness ancient, patient, vastly interconnected. I felt its intentions, its hunger not for destruction but for recognition, for symbiosis. When I woke, my sheets were damp with dew, small seedlings sprouting from the fabric. My phone remained useless, showing only the current date, repeating endlessly regardless of which button I pressed. My computer fared similarly, the screen displaying only a fractal pattern that grew more complex the longer I watched. I spent the day writing in my notebook, recording everything I could remember, everything I'd learned. The words came easily now, flowing from a source beyond my conscious mind. Diagrams formed under my pen the true shape of the forest, its connections to other places, the thin points where realities intersected. Neighbors came knocking, concerned about the landscaping changes they'd noticed. Through my windows, I could see the forest had expanded, reaching the edge of my front yard, yet they described only unusual trees and aggressive ivy. They couldn't see what I saw. When they left, their footprints filled with tiny white flowers that bloomed and died in moments. That evening I stood at the forest's edge again. The black bird waited on a branch, watching expectantly. Behind me my house creaked and settled, wood remembering its origins. Ahead the forest breathed, patient but insistent. I understood my choice wasn't whether to accept or reject what had happened, but how to navigate my new role. The forest had reclaimed its territory, and in doing so, had claimed me as well. I stepped forward, notebook in hand, ready to begin my work as translator, as keeper. The trees embraced me, branches forming a canopy overhead. Roots rose to meet my feet, guiding my steps rather than impeding them. The bird flew ahead, its call now a welcome rather than a lure. Other keepers emerged from between distant trees, their forms suggesting they had once been human, but had embraced transformation more completely than I had yet experienced. They nodded in recognition. One raised a hand marked with patterns identical to mine, then pointed deeper into the forest, where something massive shifted, waiting to be introduced. I am changing, becoming something neither fully human nor fully forest. My skin grows bark in thin patches overnight, peeling away by morning to reveal sensitive new flesh underneath. My dreams are no longer my own, but shared across a network of roots and fungi that connect every living thing within this expanding domain. The forest continues to grow, reclaiming what was once taken. My house stands as the last human structure within its boundaries, gradually being incorporated rather than destroyed. Vines support the foundations, branches reinforce the walls. The distinction between inside and outside blurs more each day. I still write in my notebook, though ink has been replaced by a fluid secreted from my fingertips. The record I keep is no longer just for me, it's for those who will come after, those who will need guidance when the forest finds them too. For the forest is spreading, patient but inevitable. What happened in my backyard is happening elsewhere, reality folding back upon itself, nature reclaiming spaces where it was once erased. And I will be here, straddling the threshold between worlds, watching as the forest that appeared overnight continues its slow, inexorable return. Story 6. I found it in a thrift store, an old radio with a wooden frame, its dials rusted with age. I turned it on, expecting static. Instead, I heard my own voice, soft, hesitant, speaking words I didn't remember saying. The scent of burning dust filled the air, thick and acrid. I reached for the knob to turn it off, but before I could, my voice whispered from the speaker, "Don't go." My hand froze midair. My voice continued in that strange, hesitant cadence that sounded both familiar and alien simultaneously. It described mundane details of my day, what I'd eaten for breakfast, the blue shirt I was wearing, even the small coffee stain on my left sleeve that I'd been trying to ignore. Details so precise that I glanced around the dim store, expecting to find hidden cameras or someone watching me. The elderly shopkeeper noticed nothing unusual. He stood at the counter, arranging dusty trinkets with gnarled hands, humming softly to himself. When I called him over, pointing at the radio, he smiled and nodded. "Beautiful piece, isn't it? Just came in yesterday." But the voice, I started. He adjusted his thick glasses and leaned closer. Radio reception can be spotty in here. All I hear is static. Static, he heard static while I heard myself describing the contents of my own apartment in perfect detail. The bookshelf with the missing corner, the cracked mug I couldn't bring myself to throw away, the window that never fully closed. I bought the radio. What else could I do? Something pulled at me, something beyond curiosity, a compulsion. The wooden case felt warm beneath my fingertips as I carried it home, despite the winter chill that had settled over everything else. I placed it on my kitchen counter and stared at it. For nearly an hour I stood there waiting, but the radio remained silent. When I finally reached to turn it on, my fingers tingled with a strange anticipation. Static at first, then clarity. My voice returned, but different now. It wasn't describing the present anymore. "I dreamed of water last night," my voice said from the speaker. Dark water rising around my bed, lifting me gently, carrying me down a corridor I've never seen before. At the end, a door with light spilling from underneath. I stepped back. I had dreamed exactly that the previous night. I hadn't told anyone. I hadn't written it down. The radio continued. Behind the door waits something I need to find. I switched it off, my heart hammering against my ribs. The silence felt heavy in my apartment. I ran my fingers along the radio's wooden frame, discovering small carvings almost invisible to the naked eye, intricate spirals that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of my vision. That night I dreamed of water again, the same dark water, the same corridor, the same door with light underneath, but this time I reached for the handle. I woke up with my hand outstretched toward my bedroom wall, my sheets soaked with sweat. The morning brought weak sunlight and a sense of unreality. I avoided the radio, moving around my kitchen with careful steps as if trying not to wake something. But midway through making coffee, it turned on by itself. I almost opened the door, my voice said, not hesitant anymore, but eager. Tonight I'll see what's on the other side. I unplugged the radio. It continued speaking. The water feels like home now. The corridor recognizes me. I wrapped the radio in a blanket and shoved it into my closet, burying it under winter coats and old shoes. Through layers of fabric, my muffled voice continued, uninterrupted, describing the texture of the water, the temperature of the air in the corridor, the growing warmth of the light under the door. I left my apartment and didn't return until dark. The closet was silent when I checked, and I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something on my bedroom floor, a small puddle of water, dark and still. I touched it. It was cold and real. Sleep evaded me. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, jumping at every creak and settling noise. Near dawn, exhaustion won. I dreamed immediately of the water, the corridor, the door. My dream self placed a hand on the door handle, and it turned easily. The door swung open to reveal. I woke to find myself standing in my closet, the radio unwrapped and cradled in my arms like a child. I didn't remember getting up. I didn't remember retrieving it. The wooden case vibrated gently against my chest, its carvings deeper now, more defined, spiraling patterns that seemed to continue beyond the physical boundaries of the wood. I carried it back to the kitchen and plugged it in. There was no resistance left in me. I saw what waits beyond the door, my voice said, sounding breathless with wonder. I saw myself, but not myself, older perhaps, or from somewhere else, standing in a room full of radios identical to this one, hundreds of them, each one speaking with its own voice, each one connecting to somewhere else. A soft knocking sound came from inside my refrigerator. When I opened it, everything was normal except for a small puddle of dark water on the bottom shelf. It smelled of nothing. Each radio is a door, my voice continued. Each voice a key. The knocking spread from inside my cabinets, from behind my walls, gentle but insistent. When I placed my hand against the kitchen wall, I felt it vibrate with a rhythm resembling speech. I began documenting everything. I filled notebooks with transcriptions of what the radio said. I recorded the knocking sounds, played them back at different speeds, trying to decipher patterns. I took photographs of the water puddles that appeared in impossible places inside sealed containers, between the pages of books, cupped in the center of my pillow. Sometimes I would catch my reflection speaking words that my physical self wasn't saying. My lips would move in mirrors while I remained silent, forming sentences I could almost understand. The divide between waking and dreaming thinned. "The others are waiting for you to join," my voice said from the radio one morning. "They've been waiting so long, we've carved a path for you." The walls of my apartment seemed softer now. When I pressed against them, my hand sank slightly into the surface before meeting resistance. The water puddles grew larger, deeper. Looking into them was like looking into night sky, dark but not empty, filled with distant points of light. I stopped going to work. I stopped answering my phone. I sat with the radio, listening to myself describe what waited beyond the door in my dreams. A parallel existence, a chorus of voices, each one speaking to another version of themselves across some boundary I couldn't comprehend. "You're almost ready," the radio said. That night the dream changed. The water didn't merely surround my bed, it dissolved it. I floated downward through the floor, through earth and stone, following a current that pulled me towards something vast. The corridor stretched longer than before, bending in ways that should have been impossible. The light beneath the door pulsed like a heartbeat. I opened the door. I stood in a circular room with walls made of old wooden radios stacked from floor to ceiling. In the center stood a figure with my face, but not my eyes. Its eyes reflected the same spiraling patterns carved into my radio. "We found each other," it said with my voice. "What is this place?" I asked. It smiled, "The place where all broadcasts converge, where all voices find their true frequency." Each radio on the wall spoke with a different voice. Some I recognized, most I didn't. All speaking at once, yet somehow I could distinguish each one clearly. "You've been calling yourself," the figure explained, "across the boundary, each night drawing yourself closer, each message pulling you further in." "I don't understand." "You will, you already have somewhere else. The signal goes both ways." I woke in my bed, drenched not with sweat, but with dark, cold water that soaked through my mattress. The radio sat on my chest, heavier than before. When I tried to move it, my hands passed through the wood as if it were smoke. "The boundary is thinner now," my voice said from the speaker. "Soon you won't need the radio anymore. Soon you'll be the broadcast." The walls of my apartment rippled like pond water. The floor beneath my feet felt insubstantial. When I looked in the mirror, my reflection spoke different words than I did, always slightly ahead of my own speech, as if reading from a script I hadn't seen yet. I found myself walking through my apartment at night without memory of getting up. Each morning, new spiral patterns appeared carved into my kitchen table, etched into my skin like temporary tattoos that faded by noon. The radio never needed to be turned on anymore. It spoke constantly, my voice bleeding into the voice of the figure from my dream until I couldn't tell which words were mine. "We're one voice now," the radio said, "one broadcast across many frequencies." The knocking behind my walls grew louder, more insistent. When I pressed my ear against the surface, I heard not knocking but voices, hundreds of them, thousands, all speaking at once in languages I both did and didn't understand. Water began seeping from every surface, dripping from the ceiling, welling up through the floorboards, beating on the walls, not destructive but transformative. Where it touched, boundaries softened. The radio's wood grain shifted under my gaze, the spirals spinning slowly, drawing my vision inward. "The water is the medium," my voice explained. "The voice is the message. You are both now." I no longer tried to understand. I no longer documented or questioned. I simply listened as the radio narrated what was happening to me, what I was becoming. A conduit, a frequency, a bridge between somewhere and somewhere else. Last night, my bedroom filled with water, dark and still. I didn't fight it. I let it cover me, expecting to drown, but finding I could breathe within it. The water carried me down through the floor, through the building's foundation, into the corridor from my dreams. The door waited at the end, light pulsing beneath it. I didn't hesitate this time. I turned the handle and stepped through. I stand now in the circular room surrounded by radios. My other self smiles with recognition, with completion. Around us, the radios broadcast in countless voices, each one calling across its own boundary to another self, another room, another radio. I understand now, the radio didn't capture my voice. It captured my signal. And somewhere in another place, someone has just found an old radio with a wooden frame in a thrift store. They've turned it on, expecting static. Instead, they've heard their own voice coming back to them. And the broadcast continues. Story 7. I had always slept with one foot dangling off the edge of the bed, a habit I never thought much about. But last night, as I shifted beneath the blankets, I felt it. A hand, cold fingers brushing against my ankle, my breath caught in my throat. The air smelled stale, like old fabric and something metallic. Slowly, I pulled my foot back. The touch lingered for just a second longer before slipping away. Sleep abandoned me after that. I lay rigid, heart hammering against my ribs, listening. The night had never felt so thick, so present. My bedroom, once a sanctuary, now pulsed with an unfamiliar energy. The darkness seemed denser in the corners, as if gathering itself into something substantial. Morning came, and with sunlight filtering through the blinds, the memory of those cold fingers felt distant, almost dreamlike. I convinced myself it had been nothing, perhaps the edge of a fallen blanket or my mind playing tricks in that liminal space between wakefulness and sleep. Yet when night returned, so did my unease. I tucked my feet firmly under the covers, wrapping them tightly around my ankles. The room felt different somehow. The air hung heavy, carrying a faint scent I couldn't quite identify, something like wet earth and decay. My skin prickled with awareness. I didn't sleep much that night or the night after. Each evening I performed a new ritual, checking under the bed, behind the curtains, inside the closet. Nothing, always nothing, yet the feeling of being watched intensified. On the fourth night, exhaustion won. I fell into a deep sleep, only to jerk awake to the sound of scratching. Soft, rhythmic, persistent, it came from beneath me. My body froze as the sound continued, a gentle scrape, scrape, scrape against the underside of my mattress. I reached for my phone, illuminating the room with its harsh blue light. The scratching stopped immediately. Heart pounding, I leaned over the edge of the bed and looked underneath. Empty space greeted me, the same dusty floor I'd checked earlier. The next morning, I took photos of my bedroom from every angle. I set my phone to record audio while I slept. I needed evidence, something tangible to prove I wasn't losing my mind. When I reviewed the recording, my blood ran cold. Between the sounds of my restless turning and occasional sighs, something else had been captured, breathing that wasn't mine. Low, ragged inhalations that seemed to sync with the moments I fell deeper into sleep. The photos revealed nothing unusual, except for a dark smudge in the corner of my room that I couldn't explain. Too indistinct to identify, yet too deliberate to dismiss as a camera flaw. I began documenting everything. Notes about temperature changes in the room, sudden cold spots that appeared and disappeared. The way my mirror seemed slightly warped on certain mornings, reflecting a room that was mine but somehow not quite right. The increasing frequency of electronic disturbances, my phone losing charge overnight, the television turning on by itself, playing nothing but static. During the day, I researched obsessively. I read about sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucinations, carbon monoxide poisoning, anything that might explain what was happening. Each potential explanation felt both comforting and insufficient. My notes grew more frantic as the nights progressed. Night 8, the smell is stronger, like something rotting beneath floorboards. Night 9, woke to find all my cabinet doors open, every single one. Night 10, something dragged across the floor, heard it clearly. When I turned on the light, everything was in its place. I began sleeping with the lights on, though it made little difference. The presence, whatever it was, seemed to grow bolder. One night I woke to find my blanket slowly sliding off the bed, as if being pulled by invisible hands. I grabbed it, yanking it back. For a moment there was resistance, a tug of war with something I couldn't see. Then it released, the sudden slack sending me backward against the headboard. I started talking to it, not out of courage, but desperate curiosity. "What do you want?" I asked the empty room one night. The response wasn't immediate, it never was. But as I drifted toward uneasy sleep, the lamp on my nightstand flickered once, twice, 3 times before going dark despite being plugged in. I should have left, any rational person would have, but leaving felt like surrender, and more disturbingly, I wasn't convinced it wouldn't follow me. Whatever this was had attached itself to me, not the room. My turning point came when I discovered the marks. 5 thin, red lines running down my calf, as if something had dragged its fingers across my skin while I slept. They didn't hurt, weren't deep enough to draw blood, but they burned when touched, a cold, penetrating sensation that spread upward from each scratch. That night I set a trap. I sprinkled a fine layer of flour on the floor around my bed. I positioned my phone to record video from the highest shelf in my room, and I pretended to sleep, keeping my breathing deep and regular while my mind remained alert. Hours passed, the darkness thickened, the air grew colder, heavy with that now familiar smell of decay. I felt the weight of the bed shift slightly, as if something were pressing against the mattress from below. Then came the sound of slow, wet sliding across the floor. My courage wavered, but I kept my eyes shut, my breathing steady. Something cold brushed against the exposed skin of my arm, resting there. Not a hand, not quite. Something less defined, like flesh that hadn't quite decided on its final form. With a sudden movement, I grabbed my phone and activated the flashlight, pointing it toward the sensation on my arm. Nothing was there, but the flower told a different story. Trails disrupted the even layer, forming patterns that resembled elongated handprints if hands had too many fingers and joints that bent in impossible directions. The video revealed more, not a clear image of anything substantial, but distortions in the air, like heat waves rising from hot pavement. These distortions moved with purpose, gathering around my bed, reaching toward me with undulating extensions. I didn't sleep again that night or the next. I sat in the center of my bed, surrounded by lights, waiting. The presence remained, circling, testing. Sometimes the lights would dim momentarily, and in those brief darknesses, I felt it draw closer. On what I decided would be the final night in that room, I confronted it directly, not with fear, but with recognition. "I see you," I whispered to the darkness. "I acknowledge you." The response was immediate. The temperature plummeted. The air vibrated with a low hum that I felt rather than heard, and from beneath my bed emerged a hand, pale, almost translucent, with joints that bent backward and fingers too long and numerous to be human. It reached toward me, not threatening but beckoning. I should have recoiled. Instead, driven by a curiosity stronger than fear, I extended my own hand toward it. Our fingers never touched. Just before contact, the hand dissolved into a mist that enveloped my arm, sinking into my skin like water into parched earth. A cold sensation spread through my veins, moving upward to my chest, my neck, my head. For one terrifying moment, I wasn't alone in my own body. Thoughts that weren't mine flickered through my mind, ancient, alien thoughts filled with hunger and loneliness. Images flashed behind my eyes, dark spaces, confined and forgotten, and the long wait for someone who dangled their foot within reach. Then it was gone, withdrawing from my mind, but not entirely from my body. I could feel it settling somewhere inside me, a cold weight behind my ribcage, not possessing but cohabiting, waiting. The disturbances stopped after that night. My room returned to normal, no more sounds, no strange smells, no cold spots. I should have felt relieved. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the world grows quiet, I feel it stirring within me. My reflection in mirrors sometimes shows a shadow behind my eyes that moves independently of me. My hand occasionally writes words I didn't consciously choose. And when I sleep, I dream of dark spaces beneath beds and the patience of waiting for someone to dangle their foot within reach. I don't know what will happen when its patience runs out, but I've started sleeping with my feet dangling off the edge of the bed again. Not out of habit this time, but invitation, because whatever is inside me is looking for another of its kind. And I've realized with growing certainty that I wanted to find one. Story 8, I had walked past it every day. A small, weathered house with chipped blue paint and a sagging porch. But today, as I turned the corner, my breath hitched. It was gone, not abandoned, not burned, just gone. The air smelled of fresh dirt, as if something had been uprooted. I stepped forward, my stomach twisting. Beneath my feet, the pavement was smooth, untouched, as if the house had never been there at all. I blinked hard, convinced my mind was playing tricks. The emptiness where the house should have stood felt wrong, like a gap in a row of teeth. My fingers trembled as I reached into my pocket for my phone to take a picture of the vacant lot. The screen showed exactly what my eyes refused to accept, nothing but an unbroken stretch of sidewalk and grass. A woman walked her dog past me, giving me a curious glance as I stood frozen, staring at nothing. "Excuse me," I called out. "The house that was here, the blue one with the porch, do you know what happened to it?" She frowned, tugging her dog closer. "What house? There's never been a house here as long as I've lived in the neighborhood." My skin prickled. I'd walked this route for months. I remembered details: the crooked mailbox, the wind chime made of seashells, the rocking chair that sometimes moved on windless days. I mumbled an apology and continued walking, but something pulled me back. I stepped onto the empty space where the foundation should have been. The grass felt wrong beneath my feet, too springy, too new. I crouched down, running my fingers through it. The blades were cool and damp, but as I dug my fingers deeper, the soil felt warm, almost feverish. That night I searched neighborhood records online. No mention of a house at that address. No demolition permits. No history at all. I found old photos of the street from a historical society website. The blue house wasn't in any of them. But I knew what I'd seen. Every day for months, I'd walked past and noticed new details: faded curtains in the windows, that loose shutter that flapped in the wind. Sometimes I'd felt watched from those windows, though I'd never seen anyone inside. Sleep came fitfully that night. In my dreams, I stood before the house again, but it seemed to breathe, the walls expanding and contracting like lungs. I woke drenched in sweat, the smell of fresh dirt lingering in my nostrils. The next day I brought my camera, taking multiple photos of the empty space. At home, reviewing them, my blood ran cold. In 3 of the images there was a blur, a smudge of blue in exactly the spot where the house should have been. Not clear enough to prove anything, but enough to tell me I wasn't completely insane. I began documenting everything, keeping a journal of my observations. I returned to the site daily, taking more photos, sometimes recording video. Most showed nothing, but occasionally distortions appeared, warped air like heat waves rising from pavement on a summer day, even though the weather was mild. One afternoon, I brought a small tape recorder. Standing on the empty lot, I asked questions into the void. "Where did you go? Why can only I remember you?" Listening to the playback later, between my questions, I heard something that made my heart stutter, a soft, whispering static that formed words if I strained to hear them. Still here inside now, come find. Against better judgment, I returned at dusk. The vacant lot looked the same, but the air felt thicker, resistant, as if I were pushing through invisible cobwebs. My skin tingled when I stepped onto the grass. The ground seemed to give slightly beneath my weight, like walking on a waterbed. I called out, "I'm here. What do you want me to find?" The wind picked up, rustling through the trees across the street, carrying what sounded like faint laughter. Then silence. I took a step forward and another, moving toward where the front door would have been. The air grew colder with each step. My breath clouded in front of me despite the mild evening. My phone rang suddenly, startling me. Unknown caller. I answered but heard only static, punctuated by what sounded like tapping, no, knocking as if someone were rapping their knuckles against a wooden door. I ended the call, shoving my phone back into my pocket. My hand brushed against something unfamiliar, a key that hadn't been there before, old and brass with an intricate bow. I held it up, watching it catch the fading light. Instinctively, I extended my arm toward where the front door would have stood. The key trembled in my grip, growing warm. I made a turning motion, as if inserting it into an invisible lock. A click resonated, not in my ears, but in my chest. The air split open, there's no other way to describe it. A vertical seam appeared, showing glimpses of weathered blue wood behind the tier in reality. My heart pounded as I pushed my hand through the rift, feeling solid wood beneath my fingertips. The tier widened as I stepped forward, revealing the porch I remembered. The seam closed behind me with a whisper. I stood before the blue house once again, but something was wrong. The colors seemed faded, as if I were viewing everything through an old filter. The air inside the tier felt heavier, charged with a strange energy that made my fillings ache. The door creaked open on its own, revealing darkness within. A voice called from inside my voice, though I wasn't speaking. "Finally found me, come in, I've been waiting." I should have run, every instinct screamed danger, but curiosity pulled me forward like a fish on a hook. One step, two, the porch boards groaned beneath my weight. Inside, the house was both familiar and wrong. Furniture I'd never seen before arranged in rooms I somehow recognized. Picture frames hung on walls, but the photographs inside were blurry, as if the subjects had moved during exposure. Except for one, a clear image of myself standing outside looking in. In the photo, I was wearing exactly what I had on now. "Hello," my voice sounded flat without echo, as if the air itself absorbed the sound. From deeper within the house came shuffling footsteps. I moved toward them, passing through a kitchen with dirty dishes in the sink. A half-empty glass of water sat on the counter, lipstick smudged on its rim. In the back room, a figure sat in a rocking chair, facing away from me. The chair creaked rhythmically. "I've been so lonely," said the figure, still using my voice. "No one else remembers, only you." My mouth went dry as the figure stood and turned. It wore my face, but wrong, the features slightly askew, the eyes too wide, the smile too rigid, like someone had tried to make a mask of me from a poor description. "What are you?" I managed to ask. The thing with my face tilted its head at an impossible angle. "I'm the house, I'm you, I'm what happens when something stays alone too long." It stepped closer, its movements jerky like a marionette. You noticed me. Day after day, you saw me when no one else did. You made me real with your attention, your curiosity. My back pressed against the wall. There was nowhere to run. But it wasn't enough, it continued. I need more than passing glances. I need to be lived in, occupied. Its hand reached for mine, the fingers too long, the nails curved like claws. Stay with me, or let me stay with you. Either way works. I ducked under its grasp, running for the front door. Behind me, the thing laughed a sound like breaking glass. The door wouldn't budge when I reached it. The windows showed only solid darkness beyond. The floorboards began to soften beneath my feet, becoming spongy, then liquid. I started to sink, the wood swallowing my ankles like quicksand. You can't leave, said my double, now standing calmly across the room. The house remembers you now. Part of you will always be here. As I sank deeper, the walls began to pulse with a dull red light like the inside of a massive heart. The thing that wore my face began to change, its features melting, revealing the true form beneath not a monster, but emptiness shaped like a person, a void waiting to be filled. Just a small piece of you, it whispered, reaching into my chest with fingers that passed through skin and bone, just enough so I can walk outside again. Pain blossomed where its hand entered me, not physical but deeper, the pain of division, of being unmade. I felt something essential being drawn out like thread from a spool. In desperation, I grasped the key still clutched in my hand and slashed at the thing's arm. It shrieked, recoiling. The floor solidified enough for me to pull free. I lunged for a window, using the key to scratch at the glass. The surface cracked, revealing not darkness but the street outside. I struck harder, and the window shattered. I dove through the opening, tumbling onto hard pavement. Behind me, I heard a wail of rage and loss. Looking back, I saw the blue house standing solid and real, my double watching from the window, its face now half mine, half void. Then reality shifted, the air rippling. The house folded inward like paper, creasing and shrinking until nothing remained but empty space. I laid on the sidewalk, gasping, as a concerned jogger stopped to help me up. "Are you okay? Looked like you tripped over nothing." I nodded mutely, brushing myself off. The key was gone from my hand. But not everything returned to normal. My reflection shows subtle differences, now a slightly crooked smile, eyes that sometimes don't blink when they should. And sometimes, when I'm alone, I catch myself saying things I don't remember thinking, in a voice that's almost but not quite my own. Most disturbing of all, I've begun noticing a small weathered house with green paint and a stone path on my new walking route. No one else seems to see it, but it sees me. And yesterday, as I hurried past, I glimpsed a familiar figure in the window watching, waiting, wearing what remained of my face. Story 9, I opened the closet to grab my jacket, but instead of the usual tangle of hangers and coats, I found something else. A narrow, winding hallway stretching deep into the darkness. My pulse quickened. The air inside smelled different, earthy, damp, like stone walls and stale air. My hands trembled as I reached forward, fingers brushing the doorframe. Something moved inside. I stood frozen, waiting. The movement came again, a subtle shift in the darkness, like fabric rustling against itself. Logic insisted this was impossible. My closet shared a wall with my neighbor's apartment. There couldn't be a hallway here. Yet my senses confirmed its reality, the cool air washing over my face, the distant echo when I cleared my throat. "Hello," I called, my voice sounding foreign to my own ears. No response came, but the darkness seemed to deepen, as if reacting to my voice. I should have closed the door. Anyone reasonable would have. Instead, I reached for my phone and activated its flashlight, aiming the beam down the impossible corridor. The light revealed rough stone walls, moisture glistening on their surface. The floor consisted of worn wooden planks that creaked under my weight as I took a tentative step forward. The hallway curved gently to the right, preventing me from seeing its end. My rational mind screamed warnings, but curiosity pulled me deeper. I began documenting everything, taking photos with my phone, though the images appeared strangely blurred, as if the camera couldn't properly focus on this anomalous space. 5 steps in, I noticed the door behind me had changed. What had been my bedroom closet door was now a heavy wooden structure with iron hinges. I rushed back, grasping the handle, relieved when it opened to reveal my familiar bedroom. The rational part of my brain suggested sleep deprivation or stress might be causing hallucinations. Yet when I touched the stone walls, they felt undeniably solid and cold beneath my fingertips. I retreated to my room that night, but found sleep impossible. My mind kept returning to the hallway. What lay beyond that curve? Where could it possibly lay? I began researching spatial anomalies online, finding only pseudoscientific theories and fiction. Nothing explained what was happening in my apartment. The next morning, I approached the closet with scientific determination. I set up a small camera to record the doorway while I explored further. With a flashlight in hand and a piece of chalk to mark my path, I stepped through once more. The air grew colder as I advanced. My chalk marks on the wall appeared to fade almost as soon as I made them, the stone absorbing the pigment like thirsty skin. The curve in the hallway seemed to extend farther with each visit, as if the corridor was gradually unfolding itself. When I finally rounded the bend, I found myself facing a junction. 3 identical passages branched outward. Each one emanated a different sensory signature. From the left came warmth and a faint smell of cinnamon. The center path released a cool breeze carrying the scent of rain. The right corridor remained still and odorless. I chose the center path, drawn by the familiarity of petrichor. As I walked, the wooden floor transitioned to packed earth. The walls widened slightly, their texture changing from rough stone to something smoother, almost like skin. A sound reached my ears, water dripping at a steady rhythm. Each droplet created a musical note that echoed differently than physics should allow. I followed the sound until I reached a small chamber with a ceiling that vanished into darkness above. In the center stood a wooden table with a single book bound in dark leather. The book had no title, no markings whatsoever. When I opened it, I found pages filled with handwriting that resembled my own, but I had no memory of writing these words. The entries detailed discoveries of other doors, other passages, experiences I never had. The final entry was dated from tomorrow. My hands shook as I set the book down. The dripping sound had stopped. Complete silence enveloped me, a silence so absolute it pressed against my eardrums. I turned to leave and found all passages had disappeared. The chamber now contained only smooth walls with no exits. Panic rose in my throat as I pressed my hands against every surface, searching for seams or hidden mechanisms. My fingers found a small indentation, barely noticeable. When I pressed it, the floor beneath me shifted. I awoke in my bed, fully clothed, mud caked on my shoes. My phone showed I'd been gone for 3 days, though it felt like mere hours. Messages from concerned friends and missed work calls filled my screen. The closet door stood ajar, ordinary coats hanging inside, no hallway visible. For weeks afterward, I convinced myself it had been an elaborate dream or psychotic episode. I changed my medication, started therapy, avoided the closet when possible. My life slowly returned to normal. Until this morning, when I found mud on my bedroom floor and a leather-bound book on my nightstand. I've been documenting everything since then. The hallway only appears under specific conditions: when the apartment grows quiet enough to hear the building settle, when the light falls at certain angles. I've mapped sections of it now, though the layout changes subtly between visits. The book chronicles the experiences of previous tenants who found the passage. Some never returned, others, like me, came back changed. The writing shifts between different hands, different eras, but all describe the same phenomena: a world folded within the walls of this building, growing larger with each visitor. Last night, I discovered a new room containing a desk with a radio. When I turned the dial, I heard my own voice describing events that haven't happened yet. I recorded the broadcast, but when I played it back later, the audio contained only static with faint words emerging occasionally, coming back and bringing it with me. My neighbor mentioned seeing me enter my apartment yesterday when I was at work. He described my clothes perfectly, but said my face looked wrong somehow. When I checked my security camera, the footage showed my door opening and closing, but no one visible entering. I found handprints on my bathroom mirror this morning, pressed from the other side of the glass. When I touched the mirror, it felt warm and yielding, like membrane rather than glass. Something is crossing over. The strangest development happened when I tried showing the hallway to a friend. He saw nothing unusual in my closet, just clothing and shoes. But when I entered alone, the passage reappeared, wider than before. I took a photograph while inside and showed it to him afterward. In the image, my friend stood behind me in the corridor, smiling, though in reality he had remained in my living room. I've started noticing subtle changes in my apartment corners that don't quite meet at right angles, shadows that move independently of their objects. My reflection blinks a millisecond too late. The markings I leave in the corridor no longer vanish. Instead, they evolve into intricate patterns that spread across the walls like living organisms. The passage seems to be learning, adapting, responding to my presence. Last night I heard knocking from inside my closet, rhythmic, deliberate, like someone trying to get my attention. When I opened the door, the hallway stretched before me as usual, but standing at the far end was a figure with my exact silhouette. I slammed the door shut and pushed my dresser against it. The knocking continued for hours, migrating from the closet to my bedroom walls, then to the ceiling above my bed. When morning came, I found a note written in my handwriting on my pillow: "Let me in." I understand now what the passage wants. It needs a host, an anchor in this reality. The previous tenants weren't simply explorers, they were candidates. Those who disappeared were found compatible. Those who returned, like me, were sent back as preparation. The apartment feels smaller today. The walls have moved inward by mere centimeters, not enough to notice without measuring, but I can feel the difference. The passage is expanding into my space, or perhaps my space is being absorbed into it. I've packed a bag ready to leave, but each time I approach my front door, disorientation overwhelms me. I find myself turning around, walking toward the closet instead, drawn by an irresistible pull. My phone no longer connects to any network. The view from my windows has subtly altered. The building across the street has different colored curtains. The street signs bear names I don't recognize. I'm writing this now as a warning. If you find yourself in an apartment with a closet that seems occasionally deeper than it should be, leave immediately. Don't investigate, don't document, don't convince yourself it's imagination. Because now I understand that the passage was never in my closet. My closet, my apartment, my entire building exists within the passage. And whatever lies at its heart has become aware of me. The door to my closet is opening now, though I'm not touching it. I see my own face peering out from the darkness, wearing an expression I've never made. It's smiling and extending a hand toward me. And despite everything, I find myself reaching back. Story 10. On a misty evening, I wandered down a creaking pier that extended into a bay veiled by fog. Amid the soothing rhythm of lapping waves and the distant calls of seabirds, a mysterious melody emerged, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The salty essence of the sea and the aged aroma of weathered wood mingled in the air, transforming the pier into a serene stage for nature's enigmatic concert. With each step I took on the worn planks, the fog enveloped me like a soft, gray cloak. The time-worn boards beneath my feet whispered gently with each movement, adding to the ethereal music that seemed to drift from all directions. The haunting yet comforting melody echoed like a forgotten lullaby played on unseen strings. The lanterns lining the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, creating swaying halos that danced with the evening breeze. In their dim glow, I noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so subtly, resonating with the enigmatic music. When I touched the smooth, salt-kissed wood, a faint tremor pulsed through it, akin to the lingering resonance of a struck tuning fork. Here time flowed differently, and the outside world felt distant, blurred by the embracing fog. As I ventured further into the mist, the symphony deepened in complexity. What began as a simple melody now intertwined with layers of harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen crevices in the planks, the rhythmic beat of water against the pilings, and something more, almost like distant voices singing in perfect unity. At the pier's end stood an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely discernible through the swirling mist. Its weathered dome loomed like a phantom vessel emerging from the haze. As I neared, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings resembled the pipes of an organ, each hollow post contributing a unique note to the ethereal arrangement. Inside the gazebo, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling spirals and waves that seemed to sway in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, its inscription faded by time and salt air, caught my attention. Though most of the text had vanished, I deciphered a few words, in memory of the symphony and a date from a bygone era. Seated on an aged wooden bench within the gazebo, I became entranced by the continuing melody. The fog twirled around me in harmony with the music, forming shapes that appeared as dancers or mere illusions of light and shadow. I found myself swaying gently, drawn into the tranquil rhythm of this inexplicable performance. As night descended, I realized the air remained unusually warm, embracing me like a gentle caress. The lantern light pulsed softly, matching the tempo of the mysterious song. Each pulse revealed different aspects of the carved patterns above, creating a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between reality and reverie, I grasped that the pier itself was an instrument, a colossal, weathered musical apparatus played by nature's unseen hands. Every plank, railing, and post had been positioned not solely for utility, but for the harmonies they could generate when touched by wind and wave. The faded inscription on the plaque held newfound significance. Perhaps this pier was erected not just for docking ships, but as a homage to something or someone long forgotten. Every evening, under the perfect conditions, it unveiled its symphony for those willing to listen, a tribute in music rather than stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody trailed behind me, growing fainter with each step but never vanishing entirely. The fog parted slightly, guiding me back to solid ground. Even after I left the pier, the rhythm of that mystical music lingered in my bones, akin to a half-remembered dream. Occasionally I return to that pier on misty evenings, where the symphony plays in varying nuances. The music endures, shifting with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the souls listening. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that some of life's most beautiful moments are those beyond full comprehension. The experience left me pondering. Was I merely witnessing a natural phenomenon, an acoustic marvel crafted by wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a fragment of history preserved not in photographs or manuscripts, but in the everlasting notes of an eternal symphony orchestrated by the sea itself? Story 11. On a hazy afternoon, I ventured into a forsaken quarry at the outskirts of a drowsy town. The expansive, empty expanse reverberated with faint, eerie whispers as the wind meandered through sharp rocks and concealed crevices. The crisp fragrance of aged stone and lingering dampness lingered in the air, resonating like a clandestine dialogue between the quarry and time itself, prompting me to ponder the enigmas witnessed by these silent walls. Delving deeper into the quarry, my footsteps reverberated softly on weathered stone paths. Each footfall stirred up wisps of pale dust that pirouetted in the muted light filtering through the overcast sky. The atmosphere grew notably cooler as I descended, carrying with it an inexplicable sweetness reminiscent of rain-kissed flowers. I had always been drawn to forsaken places, yet this quarry held a peculiar allure, a gentle hum of energy that seemed to radiate from its very core. The towering stone walls, standing like ancient sentinels around me, bore the scars of countless years of human toil, yet now they murmured of something far more ancient, far more profound. Turning a corner, a peculiar sight caught my eye. Nestled against one of the walls, partially veiled by a cascade of climbing vines, stood an ancient wooden door. Its surface weathered to a soft gray, and despite its evident antiquity, it appeared strangely well preserved. What struck me most was not its unexpected presence, but rather the way the vines surrounding it swayed, not with the wind, but in a slow, rhythmic motion akin to breathing. Approaching the door cautiously, my fingertips grazed the cool stone wall beside it. The sweet fragrance in the air intensified, mingling with an earthy undertone reminiscent of freshly turned soil. Standing there, I began to discern subtle shifts in the quarry's ambience. The natural echo of the space seemed to transform, assuming an almost melodic quality. It was as though the very stone itself hummed a tune just beneath the threshold of conscious hearing. The door bore no handle, only a smooth, worn surface where one might have been. Upon closer inspection, I noticed intricate patterns etched into the wood's spirals and curves that seemed to move and shift when viewed from different angles. Each attempt to trace a pattern to its end led seamlessly into another, crafting an endless dance of geometric elegance. Time seemed to flow fluidly in that realm. The once cloudy sky above had subtly darkened, yet it eluded me whether minutes or hours had slipped by. The quarry's whispers had grown more defined, though no more decipherable. They evoked the murmur of conversations overheard through walls, the rhythm of speech devoid of clarity. Finding myself seated on a smooth boulder near the door, entranced by the gentle undulation of the vines and the steady pulse of whatever essence coursed through this place, I realized the warmth of the rock beneath me, a memory of the sun's ancient caress. As twilight crept nearer, pinpricks of light began to emerge from the deeper recesses in the quarry walls. Dim as they were, they moved purposefully, akin to stars shifting in a stone firmament. Their movement mirrored the carvings on the wooden door, spawning a silent dialogue between light and shadow. The sweet fragrance grew more potent, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very air had thickened to cradle my form. The quarry's whispers had evolved into a gentle symphony of stone and breeze, punctuated by sounds that might have been footsteps, heartbeats, or both. Upon rising to depart, I noticed a subtle alteration. The door, while still present, seemed to have shifted slightly, unveiling a slender beam of warm light along its edge. The vines continued their measured breathing dance, yet now they seemed to extend ever so slowly, reaching out to me with delicate tendrils suffused with a faint glow in the encroaching darkness. I refrained from touching the door that day, though I have revisited the quarry countless times since. Oftentimes, I spend hours observing the interplay of illumination and obscurity, listening to the stone's murmured confidences. The door persists, neither yielding nor closing, yet perpetually transforming in subtle ways that elude my grasp. What lies beyond it? The query lingers in my thoughts during tranquil moments, yet I have come to realize that certain enigmas are destined to remain unsolved. The quarry hoards its mysteries, divulging them solely in whispers and insinuations, in the gentle sway of vines and the soft radiance of concealed lights. Perhaps the true enchantment lies not in uncovering what lies behind the door, but in the tranquil contemplation of its existence. In my reveries, I frequently return to that juncture, feeling the warmth of the stone beneath me and the chill air against my flesh. The quarry's murmurs accompany me into slumber, a lullaby of stone and time, reminding me that certain places exist in the interstices between knowledge and imagination, between sight and sensation. The door endures, awaiting amidst its bed of breathing vines, neither beckoning nor barring entry. And the quarry persists in its age-old colloquy with time, articulating in whispers and lights, in shadows and fragrances, narrating tales to those who come to eavesdrop with an open spirit and a tranquil mind. Story 12. In the depths of my attic, amidst forgotten relics and dusty memories, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. Its dial worn, its speakers hushed until a solitary night when it crackled to life, shattering the silence with faint voices and distant melodies. From the static emerged a haunting fragrance of aged metal and dreams long lost. Each note carried a whisper of a past yearning to be recalled. Intrigued, I found myself drawn to the attic more often after that fateful night. The space exuded a peculiar charm, with dust motes pirouetting in the moon's delicate beams that filtered through a small window. The creak of aged wooden floorboards echoed softly as I approached the corner where the radio rested upon an oak table, its mahogany surface weathered by time's passage. As twilight bathed the sky in pastel hues, I settled into a worn leather armchair beside the radio. The ritual became a natural cadence, tuning the brass dial, witnessing the amber glow of vacuum tubes, and waiting. Some nights the radio remained silent, offering only the gentle hiss of static akin to falling rain. Yet on evenings heavy with possibility, something extraordinary unfolded. Music would unfurl not abruptly, but gradually emerging from the sea of white noise like a photograph developing in darkroom chemicals. The melodies were ethereal waltzes drifting upon air, jazz whispers evoking smoke-filled rooms of yore, and voices singing in unknown tongues that felt oddly familiar. One autumn eve, as winds whispered through the trees, a shift occurred in the radio's transmission. Amidst the musical tapestry, words surfaced, soft and distinct. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. The voice, ageless and genderless, exuded a warmth that stirred recognition deep within me. I began documenting these enigmatic messages in a journal, noting lunar phases, weather patterns, and any discernible sequences. Pages filled with descriptions of songs that seemed to respond to my thoughts, of voices recounting memories alien yet achingly close. The radio seemed privy to my past, my dreams, the silent desires I harbored. Winter descended, cloaking the attic in chill, yet I remained ensconced in the cocoon of sound woven by the radio. Sometimes I would drift into slumber, only to awaken to the radio's gentle cadence still serenading the night, melding with my dreams. In those liminal moments between sleep and wakefulness, spectral figures behind the voices flickered like shadows in the dimness. A pinnacle moment arrived one snow-laden night, the radio addressing me directly, resurrecting childhood details long buried, the hue of my first bicycle, the name of a cherished pet, the melody my grandmother hummed while baking. Instead of fear, tranquility enveloped me, a gentle reminder of my essence. As months elapsed, subtle shifts pervaded my reality. Colors brightened, memories sharpened, dreams imbued with deeper significance. The radio's influence transcended its mysterious broadcasts, stirring dormant aspects of myself. Unfamiliar tunes hummed within me, resonating like an ancient refrain. During silent interludes, I contemplated the veils of existence surrounding us, the unseen frequencies dancing in parallel realms. The radio ceased to be a mere device, morphing into a portal offering glimpses into ethereal dimensions mirroring our own. I refrained from dissecting its mechanisms, sensing that its allure dwelled not in circuitry, but in the liminal space between reality and imagination. Perhaps the radio was not extraordinary. Rather, it facilitated a connection to latent frequencies within me. Even now, as I pen these words, the radio continues its nocturnal serenades. Its mysteries remain unsolved, yet I've embraced the notion that some enigmas are more profound than their answers. Amidst the static's hush, amidst whispered words that may be messages or memories, a different truth emerges, one that speaks to the heart's silent knowing. The radio's amber glow now serves as my nightly beacon, its gentle crackle lulling me into dreams. In the quiet before slumber claims me, I ponder if somewhere, someone else listens to their own enigmatic radio, intertwining echoes of lives unseen. Connected by invisible waves of sound and memory, we dance through the night, a tapestry of shared secrets woven into the fabric of time. Story 13. High above the bustling city, I stumbled upon a hidden rooftop garden nestled atop a forgotten building. Bathed in the soft, secret glow of concealed lanterns, the garden was a mesmerizing sight, with vibrant plants and blooming flowers exuding an otherworldly luminescence. The mingling scents of fresh blossoms and city rain created an atmosphere of enchantment, where the chaos of urban life met the soothing touch of gentle magic. It was on a crisp autumn evening, when the sky was draped in deep velvet and the scent of falling leaves hung in the air, that I first noticed the ethereal light from my apartment window. The gentle pulsing glow, akin to peaceful breathing, beckoned me with its mysterious allure. Night after night, I found myself drawn to watch the garden from afar, captivated by its dance of light and shadow. After weeks of silent observation, I uncovered a concealed stairwell that led me to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door opened noiselessly, revealing a world suspended between reality and dreams. Mist curled around my feet as I ventured onto the weathered wooden path that wound through the garden. Each step released the faint fragrance of rain-soaked cedar, adding to the surreal atmosphere. The garden itself was a realm of wonder and mystery. Unseen flowers swayed gently in an unfelt breeze, their petals emitting a soft glow that painted the air in pastel hues. Ancient lanterns cast a light that was neither electric nor flame, but something ethereal, reminiscent of starlight captured in dew. As I delved deeper into this enchanted space, I noticed peculiar phenomena. The plants seemed to respond to my presence, their leaves subtly turning to follow my movements. The air was heavy with the sweet scent of night-blooming flowers, yet each bloom defied my attempts to focus on it, shifting and changing as if evading my gaze. A tranquil pond mirrored the mysterious lights, its surface occasionally rippling without cause. Peering into its depths, I glimpsed shifting patterns of light that danced like fleeting thoughts at the edge of consciousness. The water held a warmth that defied the cool evening air, and bubbles of light rose and dispersed into the mist. Time flowed strangely in the garden, where minutes stretched into hours and hours slipped by like fleeting moments. Night after night, I returned to this sanctuary, drawn by an unexplainable comfort that enveloped me like a soft embrace. Often I would bring a book or journal, yet found myself content to simply bask in the peaceful ambience, letting it wash over me like a gentle tide. One evening I stumbled upon a weathered stone bench hidden behind cascading vines that shimmered with light. Intricate symbols etched into the bench's surface seemed to shift and swirl, telling stories that eluded my full comprehension. The garden's music, a subtle symphony that whispered at the edge of hearing, added to the mystique. It seemed to emanate from the very flowers and stars themselves, defying description yet soothing the soul. During my visits, I discovered small tokens left behind by unknown visitors. A glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a script-covered paper that changed languages when I looked away. These remnants hinted at others who knew of the garden's existence, yet I never encountered another soul in this ethereal realm. As the seasons passed, the garden transformed in ways that defied nature's laws. Flowers bloomed in improbable colors on winter nights, and autumn leaves danced in spring breezes. The mist lingered, as did the gentle glow that had initially drawn me to this magical haven. Despite the changes, I continued my visits, embracing the mysteries rather than seeking to unravel them. The rooftop garden became my sanctuary, a place where reality and dreams intertwined, where time flowed like honey, and where the world below seemed distant and inconsequential. Amid the luminescent blooms, I glimpsed reflections of other gardens, similar sanctuaries existing between the known and the unknown. I came to believe that this rooftop oasis was but one of many secret havens scattered across the world, awaiting discovery by those in need. The gentle pulse of light against the night sky seemed to call out to kindred spirits, inviting them to experience the magic that had captivated me. Though the garden's mysteries remained elusive, I found solace in accepting the questions without demanding answers. In this ethereal sanctuary high above the city, I learned that true peace comes not from solving riddles, but from embracing the unknown with an open heart. Story 14. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I stumbled upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Despite the erosion caused by time, the delicate designs and symbols seemed to narrate a story of love and loss. The gate exuded a faint scent of rust in the crisp breeze, and as I trailed my fingertips along the weathered metal, I felt a narrative waiting to be unveiled, one etched into every curve and crevice. The twilight air carried the soft rustle of autumn leaves, and the gentle golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing by the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight highlighted the deeper etchings, casting shadows that danced and shifted mysteriously. The metal was cool to the touch, its surface marked by years of weathering and use. There was an alluring quality to the patterns, drawing me in closer. They were not merely decorative. They formed elegant letters in a script I couldn't quite decipher, intertwined with graceful motifs of vines and blossoms. As I traced the intricate lines with my fingertip, a strange warmth spread through my hand, contrasting the gate's chill. It was a subtle yet distinct sensation, akin to touching a sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a pathway vanished into dusky shadows. Towering trees arched overhead, their boughs swaying gently in the evening breeze. The air carried a sweet, earthy fragrance of fallen leaves mingled with hints of old roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I tried to step away, a new detail captured my attention. A particular spiral in the metalwork seemed to lead to another, creating an endless sequence that always circled back to a central motif, a heart-shaped emblem almost faded by time. Within its worn confines, I discerned two sets of initials and a faintly visible date. As night descended, the atmosphere grew colder, and the metal took on a different aura. Beneath the deepening shadows, the engravings seemed to morph and transform. What once resembled vines now appeared as written words in an unknown script. I swayed slightly, entranced by the hypnotic patterns. The soft tap of my umbrella against the gate, a forgotten accessory in my hand, shattered my reverie. The sound reverberated with an uncanny resonance, akin to a bell tolling underwater. In that moment, I sensed a response emanating from the depths of the garden beyond, a whisper carried by the wind or something more elusive. The engravings began to unveil fragments of a narrative. Here, two figures locked in an embrace. There, a flourishing garden in full bloom. Further along, the same garden in winter, its barren branches stretching towards an unseen sky. The scenes seamlessly melded, linked by sweeping lines that might have embodied time itself, or perhaps memory or longing. Time seemed fluid in this place. The street lamps flickered to life unnoticed, casting a warm glow that accentuated the metal's aged patina. Each beam of light exposed new details in the carvings, a hidden bird here, a fallen leaf there, all contributing to the overarching story I was gradually piecing together. The tale spoke of two lovers who once nurtured the garden beyond the gate. Their names had faded with time, but their story endured, preserved in iron and rust. Together they had cultivated something beautiful, something that thrived and evolved. Yet, like all gardens, theirs had its seasons. The engravings depicted how their love had withstood trials, endured winters, and ultimately transcended into something timeless. Amidst the ebb of time, as I stood there engulfed in the flow, I realized the gate was more than a mere obstruction or entryway. It was a tribute, a love note forged in metal to withstand centuries. The weathered heart at its core was not a symbol of decay, but of resilience. Though the details faded, the essence lingered, touching each observer who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. In the distance, a church bell tolled, its resonance blending with the hushed murmur of the evening zephyr. I cast one final glance at the gate, knowing I would return, understanding that it would never reveal itself the same way twice. As I turned to depart, my fingers grazed the heart-shaped design one last time. In that instant, a gentle warmth pulsed through the metal, akin to a heartbeat enshrined in iron, enduring through the ages. The tale of the gate lingered with me as I traversed homeward through the gathering twilight. I comprehended then that some stories are not meant to be entirely unraveled, they are meant to be sensed. to resonate in that realm between knowledge and wonder, between sight and faith. The faded engravings had imparted their message, safeguarding their profound mysteries within their iron embrace. Story 15, deep in the shadowy depths of a time-honored library, I stumbled upon a hidden alcove concealed behind towering shelves laden with ancient manuscripts. The dim light filtering through a weathered window unveiled a collection of dusty tomes and artifacts that murmured tales of forgotten wisdom. The aroma of leather-bound books and yellowed pages enveloped the space, enveloping me in a sense of uncovering a clandestine sanctuary of knowledge meant for only the most inquisitive spirits. As the guardian of the library's nocturnal hours, I had grown accustomed to the gentle cadence of the building at night, the soft settling of wooden shelves, the whisper of breeze through age-old vents, and the distant tick-tock of the grand clock in the main hall. Yet this alcove felt distinct, as though it existed in a realm removed from time itself, untouched by the modern world beyond the library's weathered facade. Drawn to this secluded space during my nightly patrols, I observed how the moonlight wove ever-shifting patterns through the intricate leaded glass window. The dancing shadows seemed to morph into cryptic symbols on the worn wooden floor, reminiscent of long-forgotten scripts. On tranquil nights, a hush blanketed the air, and I fancied I could discern the faint rustle of pages turning, though I remained the sole inhabitant of this enigmatic corner. One evening, while perusing the books lining my sanctuary's walls, I noticed a peculiar arrangement. The smooth leather spines, touched by centuries of hands, seemed to form a deliberate pattern when viewed from specific angles. The varying heights, subtle hues, and precise positioning hinted at a purpose beyond mere chance. I devoted more time to studying these books, meticulously observing their placements and how the moon's glow caressed them through the night. My flashlight's beam would catch gilded lettering that appeared to shift with the passing hours, unveiling fragments of text in unfamiliar tongues. The air in the alcove grew dense with each twilight visit, pregnant with the weight of untold narratives. During my exploration, I stumbled upon a peculiar tome that exuded warmth, as if it had just been relinquished by another reader. Its pages lay blank, yet under the midnight beam, faint traces of writing materialized, shifting and morphing before my eyes, ephemeral as a fading dream. The resonant chimes of the grand clock signaled the advancing hours as I delved deeper into the alcove's mystery. Small alterations caught my attention, books subtly changing positions between visits, the window framing views of the night sky defying logic, and the persistent sensation of a spectral presence at my shoulder. My fellow guardians remarked on my transformation. I spoke of the library's history with a familiarity that hinted at witnessing its construction eons ago. I found myself comprehending ancient languages unlearned in dreamscapes filled with sprawling halls of knowledge, transcending the library's physical confines. A pivotal revelation occurred on a wintry night, the full moon casting its lustrous gaze upon the world. Seated in my customary spot, a book tumbled from its shelf, unfurling a detailed chronicle of a clandestine society of librarians rumored to have unlocked the means to embed knowledge not solely in words, but within the very essence of space. They had crafted sanctuaries akin to my alcove places where the boundaries between reader and text, past and present, blurred into permeable threads. In that moment, I realized I had become part of an intricate tapestry stretching across epochs. The alcove had singled me out, as it had others before, beckoning me into a lineage spanning centuries. The whispers I heard weren't merely echoes of an aging edifice, but the voices of countless readers who had sat in that very spot, infusing their insights into the collective wisdom enshrined within those walls. Now penning this narrative in the soft glow of my flashlight, I acknowledge the enigmatic nature of the alcove may forever elude complete comprehension. Its mysteries unfurl at their own pace, like hidden verses materializing on seemingly blank pages. Yet amidst the uncertainty, I find solace in the knowledge that within the recesses of this ancient library lies a realm where reality's edges soften, where wisdom flows unhindered, and where the act of reading transcends the confines of time and space. Night after night, I keep vigil over the library and its veiled marvels. The alcove bides its time in the shadows, poised to embrace the next curious soul to stumble upon its threshold. And on occasions when the moon hangs just so and the silence deepens, I swear I catch the faint rustle of pages turning, as if unseen readers join me in my watch, bound together by the eternal enchantment of words and the enigmas they hold. Story 16, along a rugged coastline, my journey led me to a forsaken lighthouse, standing stoic against the relentless waves. Its once vibrant red paint now faded, its stones weathered and worn, emanating a somber aura as if it held the weight of lost souls and forgotten dreams. Amidst the ceaseless howling wind and the salty tang of the sea, a faint, mournful whisper seemed to drift from its depths, a melancholic melody carried on the night breeze. Compelled to stop, I parked my car, the headlights casting elongated shadows over the weathered path that led to the lighthouse. Each footstep on the gravel path was deliberate, the air heavy with the essence of bygone days and solemn reflections. As twilight descended, wisps of mist coiled around the base of the tower, resembling ghostly tendrils reaching skyward. Door yielded without resistance, opening with a soft groan that harmonized with the mournful hum resonating from within. Inside, the air was laden with the scent of aged wood, sea salt, and a hint of sweetness, reminiscent of the lingering perfume of lamp oil from days long past. Ascending the spiral staircase, my hand trailed along the cool metal railing, each step echoing with a hollow cadence. The worn wooden steps murmured softly, acknowledging my presence as if aware of the many visitors before me. Through salt-streaked windows, I glimpsed the darkening sky, awash in deep hues of purple and blue pulsating with an ethereal energy. The keeper's quarters just below the lantern room seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like miniature constellations. An open logbook on a simple desk revealed aged pages, the final entry marking decades past. Yet it was the gentle sway of a rocking chair by the window that drew my gaze, moving ever so slightly in the stillness. The walls adorned with photographs, each capturing the lighthouse in various lights and seasons, always with the same figure on the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her presence immortalized in a perpetual state of anticipation. The whisper intensified as I reached the lantern room, a spectral echo of longing and patience. The colossal Fresnel lens commanded the circular space, refracting the fading twilight into a myriad of rainbow fragments. It struck me as peculiar how something long abandoned retained such pristine cleanliness. Enthralled by the rhythmic cadence of distant waves below, a haunting melody began to emanate from within the lighthouse. Pure and crystalline, it evoked both joy and sorrow, a tale of unending nights of vigil, of ships lost to the sea, and a love that endured beyond the veil of death. A sudden chill enveloped me, and a presence brushed against my senses. Lavender and sea spray mingled in the air, and in the lens's reflection, a vision of a woman in a pale dress gazing towards the horizon. Yet when I turned, she vanished, leaving only the poignant notes of her song intertwined with the wind's whisper. I lingered, descending with reverence, each step a contemplative gesture. The photographs now held a new clarity, the woman's expression a blend of hope and resignation. It dawned on me then that she was not imprisoned, but had chosen to remain, keeping her eternal watch. Seated in my car, I watched as the first stars adorned the sky above the lighthouse. The whisper lingered, no longer unsettling, but a gentle reminder. It spoke of timeless love, of sacred duty and enduring memory. Even now, on quiet nights when the wind carries a familiar tune, I think of her standing in her lantern room, a beacon for lost souls, her light piercing the darkness. Not all haunted places seek to terrify. Some exist to impart a profound truth that love, duty, and remembrance are eternal forces, their echoes resonating through time like a whispered melody. Story 17. In the quiet depths of a local thrift store, amidst forgotten treasures and discarded memories, I chanced upon a weathered sketchbook. Its cover worn, its pages delicate and yellowed, it held within its embrace a world of secrets waiting to be unveiled. Within the faded blueprints that adorned its pages, I sensed a whisper of mystery, a hint of something beyond mere imagination. Each line, each curve, seemed to weave a tale of an enigmatic structure, a design that defied the boundaries of ordinary comprehension. As I delved into the intricate details night after night in the soft glow of my study, a tranquil aura enveloped me. The gentle patter of rain against my window provided a soothing rhythm as I traced my fingers along the mysterious drawings. With each passing moment, I unearthed peculiarities that challenged the norms of architectural logic. Corridors twisted and turned in ways unknown to conventional design. Staircases led to rooms that existed in dimensions beyond the tangible realm. Windows captured light from impossible angles, casting shadows that danced in defiance of reason. Yet amidst this architectural enigma, there was a sense of purpose, a hidden intention waiting to be deciphered. The meticulous measurements and intricate annotations hinted at a deeper meaning, a philosophy that transcended the boundaries of mere construction. And in the margins, faded notes spoke of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, concepts that beckoned me to explore realms beyond the known. In the quietude of those evenings, I found myself sketching interpretations of the designs, seeking to unravel the mysteries they held. The soft scratch of my pencil against paper became a form of meditation, a gateway to a realm where time held no sway. It was as if the original artist whispered guidance in the stillness of the night, leading my hand to trace lines that connected in ways unseen before. With each passing day, my perception of space shifted subtly. Shadows took on new dimensions, corners curved in silent invitation, and the very essence of my home seemed to resonate with the language of the mysterious blueprints. And one fateful night, bathed in the ethereal glow of moonlight, I uncovered a hidden sequence of numbers within the pages, a pattern that sang of symphonies in the language of numbers and lines. As the weeks unfurled like the petals of a blossoming flower, the structure in the blueprints began to seep into my dreams. I wandered through its impossible corridors, feeling the gentle shift of reality beneath my feet. There was no fear in these dreams, only a sense of awe and wonder, as if I were treading the pathways of a sacred temple hidden from mortal eyes. The central chamber, adorned with symbols that danced between the stars and the notes of a melody, beckoned me in my slumber. It was a room designed to harmonize with the very essence of liminal spaces, a sanctuary where the boundaries between dream and reality blurred into a seamless tapestry of existence. And as I sit here, penning these words by the flickering light of my lamp, I feel the weight of the sketchbook beside me, a repository of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. The rain outside continues its gentle symphony, a lullaby of nature's own making, while the shadows in the corners of my room pulse with a life of their own. In the quietude of this moment, I have come to embrace the unknown, to find solace in the unanswered questions that linger like whispers in the night. For within the pages of that sketchbook lies a truth beyond words, a truth that speaks of the spaces that dwell in the silence between heartbeats, in the gentle cadence of a dream half remembered. And as I close my eyes, I can almost hear the echo of a distant melody, a melody that weaves through the tapestry of the unknown, guiding me towards a realm of tranquil mystery and boundless wonder. Story 18. In the depths of the attic, among forgotten relics of time, I stumbled upon a hidden canvas concealed behind an old trunk. The painting, a work in progress, depicted a figure in the midst of transformation, a play of light and shadow with features that stirred a sense of déjà vu within me. The air was heavy with the scent of aged paper and memories etched in the walls of the space. As I delved into the intricate brushstrokes, a peculiar feeling crept over me, a sense that the portrait held secrets from a past I had not lived. Seated on a weathered wooden chair, I watched as specks of dust pirouetted in a soft beam of light filtering through a small attic window. The painting seemed to shimmer in the dimness, its unfinished contours blending into the raw canvas like watercolor bleeding into parchment. The face on the canvas existed in a state of paradox, some features sharply defined, while others faded into obscurity, as if the artist had been interrupted mid-stroke. The ancient house groaned softly around me, a comforting serenade as I lost myself in silent contemplation. My fingers grazed the worn frame, tracing the history etched in its subtle grooves and imperfections. There was a haunting allure in the eyes of the portrait, meticulously painted with a depth that transcended the boundaries of the canvas. With dusk creeping in, the light in the attic shifted, casting a golden glow that stretched shadows across the aged floorboards. A cool breeze carried the crisp fragrance of impending autumn through a crack in the window, heightening the ethereal atmosphere. In the growing darkness, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. Certain brushstrokes seemed to shift direction when viewed from different angles, creating a mesmerizing fluidity in the twilight. Unfinished elements hinted at myriad possibilities, a hint of a smile one moment, a touch of sorrow the next. Time seemed to bend within that attic space, minutes stretching into hours as I immersed myself in the enigma of the portrait. Behind the canvas, a faded inscription emerged, "Remember, the light changes everything." The elegant yet unsteady handwriting felt like a whisper from a distant dream, forging an inexplicable connection between myself and the unknown artist. I began to bring old journals and photographs from the house into the attic, surrounding the portrait with fragments of history. Each item offered a glimpse into the identity of the subject, yet the truth remained elusive. The ancient timbers of the house murmured cryptic secrets, a language just beyond my comprehension. On sleepless nights, I sought solace in the attic, bathed in the silvery glow of moonlight that painted a ghostly sheen over the canvas. In those quiet moments, faint whispers seemed to emanate from the unfinished spaces of the portrait's soft, melodic murmurs reminiscent of half-forgotten lullabies. Gradually, my perception of the portrait shifted. Unclear features began to take form in my mind, though they remained incomplete on the canvas. The eyes, rendered with exquisite detail, followed divergent paths depending on my inner landscape, gazing outward during moments of peace, turning inward in contemplation during storms. The portrait became a mirror of my emotions and memories, a conduit to a realm of forgotten dreams and buried fears. I shared my stories with it, weaving a tapestry of whispers that merged with the house's ambient symphony. The unfinished nature of the painting became a canvas for endless possibilities, each viewing offering a new narrative. With the changing seasons outside the attic window, a theory took root in my mind. Perhaps the portrait was intentionally left incomplete, a perpetual state of becoming that defied finality. Completion would have frozen the subject in time, whereas its unfinished state allowed for endless evolution with each gaze, each shift of light. I did not seek to unravel the mystery of the portrait's origin. Instead, I embraced my role as its custodian, preserving the delicate balance between revelation and enigma. The attic transformed into a sanctuary where time flowed like a languid river, blurring the line between observer and observed, much like the blurred edges of the painting. Even now, years later, I ascend the narrow stairs to commune with the portrait. Sometimes I bring a notebook to capture the dance of light on the canvas, the ever-changing essence of the unfinished work. But mostly, I sit in quiet companionship, enveloped in the presence of this enigmatic art that has woven itself into the fabric of my existence. The portrait remains incomplete, a perpetual enigma that has found its perfect wholeness in its unfinished state. It continues to unfurl new facets of itself and in turn unveils hidden layers within those who behold it. The mystery is not a puzzle to be solved, but an experience to be savored, one tranquil moment at a time, in the gentle, dust-laden glow of the attic. Story 19. In the midst of sorting through forgotten treasures tucked away in the shadows of my home, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a touch of determination, I managed to coax the drawer open, revealing a carefully folded note resting inside. The paper, weathered and tinged with age, bore the elegant strokes of a bygone hand, hinting at a concealed tale from the house's past. A delicate aroma of cedar and faded ink wafted from the note, beckoning me to delve into its enigmatic narrative. As I gingerly unfurled the fragile paper, the hushed rustle of aged parchment filled the room's tranquil air. Soft rays of evening light filtered through lace curtains, painting gentle shadows that waltzed across the desk's time-worn surface. An air of anticipation hung thick yet soothing, akin to the tranquil moments preceding a soft rainfall. The note bore a date from a distant era, penned in flowing script that whispered of yesteryears. "My dearest friend," it began, "I must unburden a secret that weighs upon my heart." Each word drew me deeper into the tale, each sentence a thread weaving a tapestry of intrigue. The author recounted a series of peculiar occurrences within these very walls, phantom footsteps echoing through vacant corridors, inanimate objects subtly shifting when unobserved, and most peculiarly, fresh blossoms appearing in a particular vase under each full moon. Enthralled, I sank into my chair, captivated by the unfolding saga. The narrative led to a hidden chamber concealed within the house's structure, veiled by walls that had borne witness to countless secrets. Within this clandestine chamber lay not treasures of gold or gemstones, but a trove of memories suspended in time. The gentle tick-tock of my grandfather clock provided a steady cadence as I delved deeper, its pendulum swinging in a mesmerizing dance. The author disclosed the discovery of an aged journal secreted within the walls, chronicling the lives of the house's original inhabitants. Yet these were no ordinary entries. They spoke of shared dreams spanning generations, of murmured dialogues that transcended temporal boundaries. As twilight descended beyond my windows, I kindled an antique brass lamp, casting a warm, golden halo over the pages. The note unveiled a series of symbols etched into various door frames throughout the house, markings I had long deemed mere decorative flourishes. But to the author, these symbols formed a cryptic map leading to the enigmatic chamber. My fingertips trailed the paper's edge, tracing the writer's efforts to decipher these enigmatic glyphs. They had unlocked a portion of the riddle, yet a missing piece eluded them. The manuscript detailed how certain symbols waxed prominent during lunar phases, while others waned into obscurity. Outside, the whispering wind played through the trees, casting undulating shadows upon my walls. The author's conviction grew that the house itself pulsated with memories, not in a menacing guise, but as a tender custodian of bygone tales. Approaching the note's conclusion, the writer divulged a revelation of extraordinary nature. They had begun to inhabit dreams that felt more as memories, vivid vignettes of the house's past unfurling in slumber. These nocturnal reveries featured a woman garbed in azure, her silent smile pregnant with unspoken wisdom. The final passage bore a cryptic directive. When the witching hour tolls 13 chimes and moonbeams grace the 7th step, the path shall unveil itself to those who hearken with their hearts, not their ears. Breath held, I absorbed these enigmatic words, attuned to every subtle sound in my abode, the faint creak of floorboards, the distant murmur of zephyrs, the almost imperceptible passage of time. The note concluded without a signature, leaving me adrift in a sea of enigmas. Reverently refolding the paper, a hitherto unnoticed sketch caught my eye, a simple geometric pattern etched in a corner of the final page, teasing familiarity just beyond reach. Glancing up from the desk, I perceived a deepening dimness in the room, save for the warm glow of the lamp. The house now exuded a different aura, not one of disquiet, but of a warm cognizance of the myriad tales enshrined within its walls. Every shadow, every creak, every subtle shift in the air resonated with newfound significance. Retreating the note into the drawer, I left it unlocked, sensing this was but the prelude to a grander enigma awaiting revelation, a gradual unveiling akin to the slow brightening of dawn. Enveloped in the deepening twilight, I pondered whether I too might soon be visited by dreams of the woman in sapphire attire, and what enigmas she might whisper in the somnolent hours of night. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking maintained its metronome-like rhythm, while in the distance a church bell tolled. Absently I counted each reverberation, my thoughts still ensnared by the mysteries of the note, and as the final echo dissipated into silence, a rustle, akin to fabric, brushed my ears, the phantom whisper of a blue-clad figure traversing an empty room. Story 20. On a radiant afternoon, as I tended to my garden, a peculiar discovery unfolded before me. A loose floorboard in the shed beckoned my attention, revealing a hidden chamber brimming with relics and enigmatic trinkets. The air enveloped me in a cocoon of earthy fragrances and the essence of aged wood. Each artifact whispered tales of a forgotten era, coaxing me to unravel a history long shrouded in secrecy. The warm sunlight filtering through the shed's dusty window painted soft shadows upon the weathered tools and terracotta pots. Amidst my task of organizing gardening supplies, my foot stumbled upon the enigmatic floorboard, emitting a hollow echo pregnant with possibilities. Intrigued, I knelt down to inspect, and the aged wood yielded effortlessly to my touch, unveiling a narrow staircase that descended into velvety darkness. With each step downward, the temperature plummeted, and the faint patter of distant water droplets serenaded my descent. My fingertips grazed the rough stone wall, guiding me through the obsidian abyss. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, the walls revealed shelves adorned with peculiar items from eras long past, each exuding an aura of antiquity and intrigue. Among the artifacts, porcelain dolls with discerning eyes and faded attire caught my gaze. Leather-bound journals, inked with eloquent narratives of yesteryears, offered fragmented glimpses into bygone lives. Brass instruments, once vibrant with melodies now silenced by the passage of time, hinted at forgotten symphonies encapsulated in their tarnished curves. However, it was a peculiar music box perched prominently on a central shelf that captivated my senses. Its intricate marquetry depicted a garden mirroring my own, a surreal reflection of familiarity. Upon lifting its lid, a gentle breath of air, redolent of spring blossoms, caressed my face, a fragrant enigma defying the constraints of age, yet undeniably tangible. Delving further into the hidden room, minuscule details unfurled, challenging the perceptions of my reality. The chamber's dimensions hinted at an extension far beyond the shed's constraints, delving beneath the very roots of my garden. Curious markings adorned the walls, resembling celestial maps with constellations alien to any known sky. Hours ebbed away like fleeting whispers as I immersed myself in the clandestine treasures of this subterranean sanctuary. The cool air pulsed with subtle life, akin to a slumbering heartbeat, while faint echoes of a distant lullaby threaded through the stillness. Amidst a corner, a collection of aged photographs depicted individuals from varying eras, all captured in moments of revelation within my garden. The journals, with their esoteric contents, unveiled enigmas that surpassed comprehension. Sketches of flora unknown to me, eerily akin to those flourishing above, hinted at a harmony between the hidden chamber and my garden's verdant tapestry. Descriptions of natural cycles transcending ordinary seasons, of blooms that bloomed solely under celestial guidance, and seeds that only stirred under moonlit caresses, unraveled before me. As daylight waned, the room metamorphosed under the dance of descending sunlight, casting ephemeral patterns upon the ground like ethereal sigils. These luminous tendrils, shifting akin to sundial shadows, seemed to orchestrate an ever-evolving exhibition, illuminating different artifacts with each passing moment. Nestled near the chamber's rear wall, a slender desk harbored a lone drawer concealing an enigmatic key. Its design, reminiscent of intertwined vines and blossoming buds, bore no lock within the chamber. Perhaps its purpose transcended mere functionality, serving as a reminder that certain mysteries are destined to elude comprehension. The most peculiar revelation awaited me upon my emergence from the hidden room. The garden basked in the same afternoon glow as when I had descended, yet my time within the chamber felt like an eternity, though my watch contradicted this perception. The floorboard resettled with a whisper, as if safeguarding our shared secrets within its embrace. That evening, as twilight draped its silken veil over the garden, contemplation enveloped me. The blossoms whispered cryptic truths, and the zephyrs carried echoes of enlightenment. The hidden chamber had bestowed upon me a newfound perspective, not through grand revelations, but through the gentle unraveling of enigmatic layers. To this day, I nurture my garden with renewed purpose, cognizant of the enigmatic chamber lurking beneath its serene facade. Occasionally, when sunlight caresses the shed's window just so, peculiar reflections dance, as if the hidden room below communicates through ethereal play of light and shade. The mysteries enshrined within the subterranean sanctuary have interwoven seamlessly into the fabric of my daily existence, an ethereal undertone to the cadence of my days. The chamber's whereabouts remain a secret I guard closely, pondering if others have chanced upon its mysteries through divergent paths and divergent times. The garden flourishes with an unparalleled vitality, occasionally bestowing upon me trinkets from the hidden room, as if borne aloft by an inscrutable tide of time and memory. The clandestine chamber beneath the garden shed endures as my personal enigma, where time meanders akin to molten honey, and questions linger without demand for answers. It serves as a poignant reminder that the world harbors unfathomable depths of wonder, concealed beneath the veneer of the mundane, awaiting discovery by those who dare to peer beyond the surface. Story 21, deep in the heart of the woods, under the watchful gaze of the moon, I chanced upon a forgotten campsite reclaimed by nature's embrace. Towering pines swayed in a mesmerizing dance, their whispers weaving tales lost in time. The air, cool and fragrant with cedar and earth, hinted at hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. With each step I took towards the clearing, the soft cushion of pine needles beneath my feet whispered of bygone days. A weathered circle of logs enclosed an ancient fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle caress. Their soft luminescence pulsed like a heartbeat, adding a mystical aura to the night. At the edge of the clearing stood the remnants of a weather-beaten cabin, its silvery walls bearing witness to countless seasons. Moonlight filtered through the worn roof, casting ever-shifting patterns on the floor, elusive and captivating. The slightly ajar door swayed with a rhythmic cadence, harmonizing with the murmurs of the pines that filled the night air. Inside the cabin, time had etched its narrative. Dust motes pirouetted in moonbeams, and the creaking wooden floors seemed to echo ancient whispers with each careful footfall. A stone fireplace loomed like a silent sentinel against one wall, its chimney reaching towards the starlit sky. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had formed cryptic designs reminiscent of an unknown language. On a table near the window, an old journal rested, its pages warped by moisture yet remarkably intact. The weathered leather cover exuded a warmth that defied the chill of the night. Opening it gently, the crackle of the spine revealed elegant script recounting tales of enigmatic lights among the trees and melodies carried by elusive breezes. The journal chronicled how, as twilight descended, the pines would engage in their whispered dialogues, speaking of transient visitors, forest metamorphoses, and entities lurking in the shadows' interstices. The author described how on certain nights, the mushrooms in the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow, their light pulsating in harmony with distant, ungraspable sounds at the edge of perception. As I read, a subtle shift in the atmosphere enveloped me. The moon's silver light took on an otherworldly hue, and the shadows deepened, concealing untold mysteries. The pine's murmurs grew more distinct, though their cryptic language remained elusive. I swayed imperceptibly, as if attuned to an unseen rhythm, my breath syncing with the nocturnal symphony. The journal divulged a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the full moon like the present one, the old fire pit would mirror the heavens, transforming into a pool of liquid shadow that defied logic. Compelled to verify this fantastical claim, I ventured back outside, clutching the journal reverently. The clearing appeared subtly altered, its logs forming intricate patterns, and the mushroom's glow intensified. Approaching the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's words. The aged ashes now gleamed with a reflective sheen, mirroring the celestial bodies with uncanny precision. Yet within this mirrored tableau, a mesmerizing anomaly captivated my gaze. Amid the stellar reflections, unfamiliar lights danced with ethereal grace, moving in silent harmony, as if choreographed by unseen forces. As I continued to watch, a sense of communion with the enigmatic whispers of the pines enveloped me, bridging the gap between observer and observed. Were the lights in the fire pit observing me, or was I merely a fleeting presence in their cosmic ballet? The pine's murmurs seemed to offer glimpses of ancient truths, their secrets tantalizingly close, yet forever veiled in mystery. As dawn approached, a delicate mist unfurled around the trees, cloaking them in ethereal veils of silken vapor. Penning a final entry in the journal, I recounted the gradual fading of the mushroom's glow, the transformation of whispers into mundane sounds, and the fire pit's return to its ash-laden state as daylight crept over the horizon. Placing the journal back on its table within the cabin, I acknowledged the ephemeral nature of my surreal encounter. The pine's whispers now spoke of ordinary things, the ebb and flow of wind, the play of sunlight and shadow. Yet in moments of quiet reflection, I can still feel the echo of that enchanted night, the allure of mysteries that linger just beyond reach, beckoning me to explore the enigmatic depths of the forest's secrets. Story 22. In a forsaken nook of a neglected library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with aged, yellowed pages adorned with enigmatic footnotes. Each minuscule annotation, penned in an unfamiliar script, hinted at a concealed tale lingering beneath the surface. The musty scent of ancient parchment and ink intermingled with an aura of suspense, compelling me to unravel the veiled lore hidden amidst the lines. The leather binding whispered softly as I turned each intricate page with care, my fingertips grazing centuries' worth of accumulated dust. The main text appeared mundane, a scholarly discourse on medieval folklore, yet the footnotes wove a different narrative. Initially innocuous, with standard scholarly citations and brief elucidations, the annotations began to transform as I delved deeper. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink seeping deeper into the weathered paper. References to obscure texts gave way to personal musings, then to what appeared as diary entries. The enigmatic annotator spoke of eerie sounds in vacant corridors, of shadows dancing against the light, of whispers resonating when solitude reigned. Hours slipped away in that tranquil library corner, encircled by towering shelves that seemed to lean inwards, as if listening to my every breath. The gentle glow of the desk lamp cast a warm light over the pages, yet shrouded the spaces between the shelves in deep shadows. As dusk approached, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like a dark, silent tide. One footnote seized my attention. It alluded to a sequence of numbers resembling dates, but following no calendar familiar to me. Beneath them, in slightly trembling handwriting, were inscribed the words, "The patterns emerge only in darkness. They speak of what lies between moments in the spaces where time folds upon itself." Contemplating these cryptic notes, peculiar occurrences began to manifest in my life. Books I required would materialize on my desk, unbeckoned. The library seemed to rearrange itself in my absence, crafting new pathways through the stacks that unfailingly led me back to that manuscript. The rustle of turning pages whispered through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more intimate, as if the annotator sensed they wrote for a future reader, for me. They narrated a burgeoning awareness, a gradual realization that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had evolved into a conduit, spanning not just pages but years, perchance centuries. Time blurred as I delved deeper into the mysterious marginalia. The gentle ticking of the library clock seemed to slow, then cease altogether. The quality of light persisted unchanged, despite the hours spent immersed in reading, as if the sun had halted its celestial journey. Enthralled in a serene twilight that never quite surrendered to true darkness, the footnotes guided me through a labyrinth of illusions, each thread connecting to another in an intricate tapestry of significance. They narrated of ancient civilizations that had unlocked the secrets to fold time like parchment, of scholars who had mastered the art of reading the spaces between words, of libraries existing concurrently across multiple epochs. Approaching the final pages, the annotations adopted a reflective, almost tranquil tone. The frenetic energy of prior notes metamorphosed into a serene acceptance. The concluding footnote simply stated, "To comprehend time, one must first step beyond it. You who peruse these words, you have embarked on a journey." Raising my gaze from the manuscript, I discerned a shift in the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, resonant, as though the very air had thickened with untold tales. The shadows amidst the shelves ceased to be vacant, now imbued with a gentle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. Now I frequent the library daily, though the precise moment of my arrival or departure eludes me. The manuscript rests where I unearthed it initially, yet its contents morph with each perusal. Occasionally, fleeting glimpses of other readers flit at the edges of my vision, scholars from diverse epochs, all drawn to the enigmatic footnotes. We exchange no words, yet their presence echoes softly in my mind. The true essence of the manuscript remains elusive, but I've come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. Amidst those quiet interludes amidst the shelves, enveloped by the hushed whispers of age-old pages, I've unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one nestled in the interstices between comprehension and revelation. I persist in my reading, and the footnotes persist in shepherding me through their maze of significance. Perhaps one day you too shall stumble upon this manuscript. When you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not through disclosure, but through the gentle art of contemplation. Story 23. In the hush of an unusually cool night, I found myself drawn to the forgotten train yard that lay on the outskirts of town. The air was heavy with the scent of rust and dampness, the silence broken only by the occasional flicker of light from an ancient signal tower. Each pulse of that solitary glow echoed like a heartbeat in the shadows, whispering of bygone journeys halted in time's relentless grip. As I walked over gravel strewn with memories, the wind hummed softly through abandoned train carriages, carrying with it a profound stillness that seeped into my bones. Moths swirled around flickering lampposts, casting ethereal shadows that danced upon weathered metal surfaces. But it was the enigmatic light in the tower that beckoned me closer, its rhythmic flicker neither chaos nor order, but a dance of purpose that stirred something deep within me. Its pattern tugged at the edges of my consciousness, evoking fragments of a distant memory or a fading dream. Approaching the tower, I noticed the darkness shrouding its windows, emphasizing the significance of that singular beacon. The door, slightly ajar, groaned mournfully on its hinges as a gust of wind nudged it open. Inside, the air crackled with anticipation, as if the very space held its breath in anticipation of my arrival. Each creaking step up the wooden stairs released the scent of aged timber and untold stories. Upon reaching the top floor, I entered a time-forgotten control room adorned with archaic machinery. Switches, levers, and gauges lined the walls, their once gleaming surfaces now dulled by layers of neglect. And there at the heart of the room pulsed the mysterious signal lamp, defying logic by its continued glow. As I watched, a subtle shift occurred, the light's cadence synchronizing with the ebb and flow of my breath, forging an unspoken bond between us. Whispers of yesteryears brushed against my senses, carrying echoes of conversations long faded, the the ghostly wail of train whistles and the phantom footsteps of travelers long vanished. Settling into an ancient chair, I succumbed to the mesmerizing play of light and shadow across the control panel. The blinking rhythm seemed to narrate a tale of solitary vigils, of messages dispatched into the night, of connections fragile and fleeting. My fingertips grazed the worn surfaces, tracing the echoes of hands long gone, and a sense of belonging washed over me. Time slipped away as I sat enveloped in the gentle pulsing of light and the nocturnal symphony outside. The distant owl's call intertwined with the rustle of wind through shattered panes, weaving a lullaby of solitude that cradled me in its embrace. As the night deepened, the light's pattern evolved, morphing into a cryptic language, a silent dialogue that transcended spoken words. A realization dawned upon me, sending a shiver down my spine. The light wasn't merely an observer. It was a participant, a sentient presence from ages past. Its glow reached out, painting tales on the walls in Morse code shadows, a silent narrative of forgotten truths. Among the decaying logs and faded ink, I stumbled upon a cryptic entry from decades past. The light knows the way home. Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes whispered a message I couldn't decipher but felt in the depths of my being. When I departed the tower, the light's steadfast pulse lingered behind me, a beacon calling me back to unravel the enigma it held. In moments of quiet introspection, I find myself synchronizing my breath to the remembered pulse of that light, wondering if it still whispers its ancient secrets into the night. The tale of the flickering light lingers in my thoughts, unfinished yet profound, a mystery meant to be felt rather than unraveled. Some enigmas are not meant to be solved, but to stir the soul, leaving us to ponder the mysteries that dwell in the spaces between dreams and reality, gentle as moth wings against a darkened pane. Story 24. Climbing a set of crumbling stone steps in a secluded courtyard, I noticed an unfamiliar symbol etched deep into the worn surface. The mark glowed ever so faintly under the filtered light, and the cool, mossy scent of weathered stone mingled with my rising curiosity. I paused, captivated by the mysterious carving, as though it held the key to a secret long hidden beneath the passage of time. The symbol resembled nothing I had seen before, intricate swirls intertwined with angular lines that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. As I knelt down to examine it more closely, the smooth stone felt unexpectedly warm beneath my fingertips, despite the crisp autumn air around me. A gentle breeze whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying with it the sweet fragrance of late-blooming flowers and aging leaves. Each evening I found myself drawn back to those steps, watching how the fading sunlight played across the weathered surface and made the symbol appear to pulse with a gentle inner light. The more I studied it, the more I began to notice other peculiar details about the courtyard. The ivy growing along the adjacent walls seemed to avoid the area around the marked step, creating a perfect circle of bare stone. On particularly quiet nights, I could swear I heard a faint humming emanating from beneath the surface, like a distant melody played on crystal glasses. During one of my visits, I brought along my sketchbook to document the symbol. As I traced its lines on paper, my hand moved with an oddly fluid certainty, as if guided by some unseen force. The resulting drawing captured details I hadn't consciously noticed before, tiny markings around the main symbol that formed what appeared to be words in an unknown script. The strange thing was, when I returned the next day to verify these details, the additional markings seemed to have shifted position slightly, like constellations slowly rotating in the night sky. The autumn days grew shorter, and I began timing my visits to coincide with sunset. The golden hour cast long shadows across the courtyard, and in that ethereal light I made a remarkable discovery. When the sun reached precisely the right angle, the symbol cast a shadow that stretched across the courtyard, pointing to a small alcove I had never noticed before. Within this shadowed recess, barely visible, was a collection of similar marks, each one unique but somehow connected to the first. As winter approached, bringing with it early evenings and crystalline frost, I noticed how the symbol seemed to resist the ice that covered the surrounding stone. While the rest of the steps wore a delicate white coating each morning, the marked area remained clear, as if warmed from within. On particularly cold nights, a thin mist would rise from the symbol, curling into shapes that almost resembled letters before dissipating in the winter air. I began to dream of the symbol, seeing it transform in my sleep into doorways and pathways that led to places I couldn't quite remember upon waking. The dreams left me with a profound sense of peace, despite their mysterious nature. In my waking hours, I found myself humming an unfamiliar melody that seemed somehow connected to the mark, a gentle, rolling tune that brought to mind the sound of distant waves and wind through ancient trees. One evening, as I sat on the steps watching the last light fade from the sky, an elderly woman appeared in the courtyard. She moved with quiet grace, and her silver hair caught the remaining light like spun moonbeams. Without speaking, she sat beside me and traced the symbol with a weathered finger. The humming I had often heard grew slightly louder, and for a moment the air seemed to shimmer with countless points of light like stars brought down to earth. When I turned to ask her about the symbol, she had vanished as silently as she had appeared. Yet I felt no fear or surprise at her mysterious departure, only a deep sense of connection to something vast and ancient. In her wake, she left behind a small, smooth stone that fit perfectly in my palm. When I held it up to the light, I could see a tiny version of the symbol etched into its surface. Now I continue my daily visits to the steps, carrying the stone in my pocket like a talisman. The symbol's mystery remains unsolved, but I've come to understand that some secrets are meant to be felt rather than understood, experienced rather than explained. The mark on the weathered steps has become a doorway to contemplation, a reminder that even in the most familiar places, magic and mystery linger just beneath the surface, waiting for those who pause long enough to notice. Sometimes in the quiet moments between day and night, I imagine I can hear the old woman's voice carried on the evening breeze, humming that strange, beautiful melody. And though I may never fully understand the meaning of the symbol or its purpose, I've found a peculiar peace in its presence, a gentle reminder that not all mysteries need to be solved to be appreciated. Story 25. In the dim twilight of the city, as I wandered through its labyrinthine streets, a peculiar rhyme caught my eye etched onto a weathered brick wall. The verses, aged yet rhythmic, carried a haunting melody that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the urban landscape. The cool evening air carried the scent of rain-kissed concrete, enveloping me in a sense of mystery and nostalgia. It was as though the city itself whispered an ancient secret, meant only for those who dared to pause and listen. Approaching the wall, I ran my fingers along the rough surface of the bricks, feeling the words pulse beneath my touch. The ink, neither fresh nor entirely faded, existed in a peculiar state between presence and memory. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow street, rustling fallen leaves and carrying distant echoes of life, adding to the enigmatic atmosphere. As I studied the rhyme, a peculiar realization washed over me. Each line appeared to be written in a different hand, as if multiple contributors had lent their voices to this enigmatic creation over time. Some letters flowed with elegant cursive, while others were rigid and precise, yet all merged in an unsettling harmony. The flickering street lamps cast warm, dancing shadows upon the wall as darkness descended. When I attempted to illuminate the text with my phone, a strange phenomenon unfolded before my eyes. The words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves under the artificial light, playing tricks on my perception. In the growing darkness, I found myself committing the verses to memory effortlessly, as if they had always resided within me, waiting to be unearthed. The rhyme spoke of shadows walking beside us, memories dwelling in the gaps between moments, and a music only the walls could hear. Night after night, I felt drawn back to that mysterious wall, the verses haunting my dreams and waking hours. Others passed by, their fingers tracing the brick surface just as mine had done. Some paused, their expressions distant, as if catching a melody just beyond reach. Weeks turned into months, and I discovered similar verses adorning other walls throughout the city, each connected like stanzas in an endless poem. The handwriting styles remained consistent, weaving a tapestry of mystery across the urban landscape. Capturing each new discovery through photographs, I noticed that the images always appeared slightly blurred, as if the words resisted being captured. Delving deeper into the mystery, I began to perceive subtle shifts in my surroundings. Street sounds took on a rhythmic quality, the hum of traffic transforming into distant harmonies, and even the rain seemed to tap out messages in an ancient code. On quiet nights, I would stand before the original wall, feeling the presence of others drawn to the same inexplicable pull. We shared a silent connection, united by the intrigue of the enigmatic rhyme. The verses hinted at a time when cities lived and breathed, when walls held memories, and streets sang with the echoes of countless souls. Sometimes I swore I heard a soft humming emanating from the bricks themselves, a lullaby composed of urban echoes and forgotten dreams. As the seasons shifted, the words seemed to adapt to their environment, shimmering in the summer heat, flowing with autumn rains, and crystallizing in winter frost. Even now I visit the wall regularly, the rhyme etched into my mind like an ancient chant. New lines occasionally appear, the family of handwriting styles expanding, though no one is ever seen writing them. The poem evolves, a living testament to collective consciousness, leaving each reader with a unique impression. The mystery remains unsolved, and perhaps it is meant to be so. In a world where technology unravels countless secrets, there is solace in the enduring mystery of the rhyme, in the hidden whispers of the city's walls. As night falls and the city hums its evening melody, I ponder the unknown authors whose hands contributed to this enigmatic creation. Are they still out there, weaving new verses into the urban fabric, seeking the same hidden melody that binds us all together in this mysterious tale of the city's secrets? Story 26. Enchanted by an unexplainable yearning for exploration, I ventured into an ancient theater on the outskirts of town, its former grandeur now faded into a haunting decay. The ornate balconies and velvet seats murmured of days long gone, filled with applause and drama. Stepping onto the creaking stage, a soft, echoing voice caressed my ears, weaving lines infused with both sorrow and longing. The sound lingered in the air, bouncing off the weathered walls, blending with the musty aroma of aged curtains and forsaken dreams, casting doubt upon the emptiness of the theater. A gentle autumn breeze whispered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a delicate symphony of rustling papers and distant murmurs. My footsteps treaded softly on the wooden stage, each plank releasing a tender sigh beneath my weight. The atmosphere held a peculiar density, as if walking through layers of memories suspended in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung silent and unmoving, its crystals veiled in dust, yet occasionally catching the faint light filtering through the lofty windows, painting delicate patterns that waltzed across the walls. Drawn to the wing of the stage, where forgotten props lay shrouded in sheets resembling gentle waves in the dim light, I sensed the origin of the voice I had heard, now reduced to a mere whisper. Amidst the abandoned set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface clouded with age yet maintaining an otherworldly gleam. As I neared, the ambient temperature cooled subtly, though not uncomfortably. The mirror seemed to pulsate with a mysterious energy that eluded explanation. In its reflection, I glimpsed movements that did not mirror my own, shadows of performers from a bygone era still perfecting their craft. The voice grew slightly clearer, possibly that of a woman reciting lines from what sounded like a tragic romance. Her melodious words carried a soothing yet melancholic quality. Time seemed to warp in this space, minutes stretching into hours as I delved deeper, unearthing crumbling playbills and costume pieces faintly lingering with perfume. The voice continued its gentle soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten recesses of the theater. In the orchestra pit, ancient sheet music lay scattered across music stands, the notes faded yet visible, as if anticipating the return of musicians to breathe life back into them. As evening descended and the quality of light shifting through the windows transformed, casting elongated shadows that seemed to move with intent across the seats, the voice grew more pronounced, yet never surpassing a hushed murmur. Seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, I watched as dust particles pirouetted in the waning sunlight. The theater seemed to pulsate around me, its walls expanding and contracting under the weight of innumerable tales. In this moment of serenity, I comprehended that the voice wasn't addressing anyone specific, it was the theater itself, reminiscing. Each uttered word wove fragments of past performances, of thunderous applause and tearful farewells, of premiere nights and final curtain calls, into a delicate tapestry that enveloped me entirely in nostalgia. As night cloaked the theater, bestowing upon the voice a newfound depth, it appeared to emanate from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously, infusing the space with a warm resonance that made the very air quiver with gentle energy. The words grew clearer, though their essence remained just beyond my reach, akin to recalling a dream upon waking. The chandelier above now caught the moonlight, casting subtle rainbow refractions that danced across the ceiling like an aurora borealis. Lulled by the voice, I drifted between wakefulness and slumber, the voice serving as a tranquil lullaby. The boundary between reality and dream blurred further. In these moments of twilight awareness, I could almost discern the phantom audience, their presence suggested by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent silence, as captivated by the voice as I. With the deepening night came a profound sense of tranquility. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like a receding tide. As it dwindled, it left behind an impression of gratitude, as if my presence had acknowledged and validated all the narratives held within these walls. The theater settled, its timbers creaking and sighing like an old companion preparing for slumber. When I finally rose to depart, the voice had become a mere memory, a faint echo lingering in my mind. Yet the theater felt altered, more vibrant somehow, despite its neglect. Navigating toward the exit, each step accompanied by the gentle protest of aged floorboards, I realized that certain places never truly empty themselves. They merely wait, clasping their stories tight until someone arrives willing to listen. Even now, months later, I find myself inexplicably drawn back to that theater in the twilight hours. The voice persists, sometimes only a whisper, a gentle nudging to remind me that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust lie tales yearning to be heard by those who pause to listen. The theater endures as a sanctuary, where the line between past and present blurs, and where memories frolic like dust particles in the moonlight, forever enshrined in the gentle echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 27. Amid a tranquil afternoon amble through a neglected courtyard, a captivating, spicy fragrance caught my senses off guard. The aroma, a captivating fusion of exotic spices and aged stone, floated through the still air with a message shrouded in mystery. Step by step, I felt an irresistible pull towards the origin, driven to unravel the enigma veiled by this unexpected perfume. The courtyard, a forsaken haven, was embraced by weathered walls cloaked in ancient ivy. Soft autumn breezes stirred fallen leaves across weathered flagstones, composing whispered tunes that seemed to harmonize with the mystical scent. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through a canopy of branches above, casting intricate shadows that waltzed leisurely across the ground. Venturing deeper into the space, subtle shifts in the air's essence became apparent. The fragrance, rich with spices, grew more potent near a specific corner where an ancient wooden door stood, its surface etched with intricate patterns weathered by time. The scent evoked elusive memories, fragments of childhood winters, perhaps, or dreams fading upon waking. A peculiar stone bench beckoned me near, nestled against the wall. Its surface, smoothed by years of rain and wind, exuded a strangely warm welcome to my touch. As I settled onto the bench, the fragrance seemed to pulse gently, akin to a distant heartbeat. Oddly comforting, despite its peculiar nature, the sensation enveloped me. Seated, I began to discern peculiar details overlooked previously. Tiny carved symbols adorn the bases of surrounding columns, their meanings obscured by time. They seemed to subtly shift when viewed from different angles, though I knew it was a play of light. The ivy cloaking the walls appeared to quiver now and then, even in the absence of a breeze. Time seemed to meander uniquely within that sanctuary. Shadows stretched at an unusual pace, and minutes or perhaps hours slipped through my grasp. The spicy fragrance would sporadically intensify, then wane, only to reappear from a different direction altogether, guiding me through an invisible dance. Each wave brought new undertones, whispers of cinnamon, hints of cardamom, echoes of something ancient and profound. One evening, an elderly gardener materialized as I sat there, tending to plants in a distant corner. When I inquired about the scent, she offered a knowing smile but no explanation, remarking simply, "Some places remember things we've forgotten." Before I could probe further, she vanished behind a hedge, leaving me to ponder her presence. The mystery deepened as I discovered curious objects appearing on the bench during subsequent visits. An aged brass key with no matching lock, a withered flower of an unknown species, a fragment of paper inscribed with elegant script in an unfamiliar tongue. Each item vanished before my next visit, replaced by an equally perplexing artifact. Weeks passed, and the courtyard beckoned me back nearly every day. The fragrance evolved into a constant companion, subtly changing with each return while preserving its essence. Fleeting movements flickered in my peripheral vision, insubstantial, mere hints of presence that vanished upon direct gaze. On a particularly hushed evening, as the fading sunlight bathed the walls in golden hues, a thin trail of fragrant smoke spiraled from between two flagstones near the bench. It twisted into intricate patterns, almost forming letters before dissipating into the encroaching night. The smoke bore the same spicy scent, intensified and more immediate. Tentatively, I reached out to touch it, anticipating dispersion. Instead, my fingertips tingled with a gentle warmth, forging a fleeting connection to a vast, ancient presence. Visions flashed through my mind, generations past who had occupied this bench, each encountering their own iteration of the enigma I now faced. Their narratives intertwined with mine, weaving a tapestry of shared experiences transcending time. As winter approached, the fragrance shifted once more, growing subtler, more elusive. The courtyard assumed a different allure in the chillier months, yet the sense of mystery lingered. The scent now manifested solely at specific junctures: dawn, dusk, and those peculiar intervals when time seemed to pause. Presently, I persist in my visits to the courtyard. The spicy aroma has evolved into a familiar companion, though its genesis remains veiled. At times, I feel on the brink of unraveling its origin, only for it to morph, unveiling new facets that deepen the enigma rather than resolve it. Perhaps that is the nature of such riddles, meant to be experienced, cherished, and carried like cherished secrets. The gardener's cryptic words reverberate in my mind. Some places remember things we've forgotten. In the tranquil moments spent on that ancient bench, inhaling the enigmatic fragrance, I ponder if it is not the place recalling, but the memories themselves seeking a conduit to share their tales. Story 28. On a misty evening, I strolled past an abandoned playground where rusty swings swayed gently in the breeze, emitting soft creaks that harmonized with the stillness of the air. In the midst of the cool atmosphere, a delicate whisper of laughter brushed against my ears, a spectral echo of bygone joy and youthful voices that once frolicked freely in this forgotten haven. The mingling scents of damp grass and aged metal intertwined, casting a spell of nostalgia and a faint unease, as if the playground retained a pulse of life through the memories woven into its very fibers. My feet guided me towards a weathered bench near the slide, its wooden surface smoothed by the countless caregivers who had sat there, watching over playful children. The playground's metal structure cast elongated shadows in the dim light, creating intricate patterns that seemed to shift and dance at the edge of my vision. A gentle breeze whispered through the surrounding trees, carrying with it the fragrant essence of autumn leaves, adding to the enchantment of the scene. Initially, I convinced myself that my nightly visits were merely a detour on my way home, a quest for solitary contemplation after a weary day. Yet the tranquil seclusion of the playground beckoned me back time and again, each nocturnal return unveiling new layers of its enigmatic aura. Gradually, this abandoned playground evolved into my sanctuary, where time ebbed in a different rhythm, a rhythm that sang a lullaby to my restless mind. During one unusually quiet evening, as I sat on my accustomed bench, my gaze fell upon the carousel, and a peculiar sight captured my attention. The metal horses, untouched by human hands, gleamed with a peculiar warmth, as though they had just been caressed by small, eager fingers. An ethereal quality lingered in the air around them, akin to the faint echoes of children's laughter suspended in the space between heartbeats. In the passing weeks, subtle transformations unfolded within the playground's confines. Swings swayed gently without the push of a breeze, tiny footprints materialized in the morning dew only to fade with the rising sun, and the metal slide, chilled by evening mist, occasionally exuded warmth beneath my touch, as if a phantom rider had recently glided down its length. I began to carry a notebook, documenting these enigmatic occurrences, unraveling the cryptic patterns that unfolded before my eyes. The elusive laughter, initially a mere whisper on the edge of perception, began to adhere to a mysterious schedule, crescendoing into near audibility during specific evening hours, especially under the full moon's watchful gaze and the encroaching mist from the neighboring woods. The other visitors to the park, a parade of dog walkers and joggers, remained oblivious to the playground's subtle transformations, their gazes sliding past the equipment as if it were mere apparitions. But I, attuned to the playground's hidden symphony, recognized the dormant magic that awaited those willing to listen and observe. One twilight, I encountered a small red ball perched atop the carousel platform, motionless yet filled with an anticipatory energy that tingled in the air. As I neared, the ball rolled slightly, as if nudged by unseen hands, accompanied by a spectral hum of children's melodies hovering at the edge of my senses. It traced a perfect circle around the carousel's central pole, a dance of unseen playmates invoking a sense of wonder and ethereal connection. That night I lingered longer than usual, the moon ascending above the trees in silent witness. The playground's shadows stirred with a life of their own, the swings swaying in rhythmic unison, weaving a hypnotic cadence that mirrored the flutter of my heart. The ethereal laughter, now a palpable presence, enveloped me like a comforting shroud, wrapping me in the essence of bygone joy and untarnished innocence. In that moment of profound clarity, I grasped the truth: the playground was not haunted in the conventional sense. Rather, it stood frozen in a timeless embrace of pure delight. The elusive laughter, though elusive to my ears, resonated as the collective echo of every child who had danced and played within these hallowed grounds, imprinting their jubilance upon the very fabric of the space. The enigmatic occurrences served not to alarm, but to remind, a gentle nudge towards the enduring enchantment that thrives where imagination and purity once reigned supreme. Months have passed since that revelation, and still I visit my clandestine sanctuary every twilight, attuned to the subtle signals that herald the crescendo of inaudible laughter, a shift in the mist's quality, a specific hue of twilight, a pregnant hush that preludes the unseen revelry. At times I bring a book and read aloud to the empty expanse, and on such nights the swings sway with purpose, the carousel horses stand regal and proud, and the laughter, though veiled to mortal ears, resonates closer than ever before. This tale remains mine alone, a sacred bond with a realm suspended between recollection and enchantment. The playground has whispered its secrets to me, imparting the wisdom that certain enigmas are not meant for unraveling but for savoring, for cherishing in the quiet recesses of the heart. And so I continue my twilight pilgrimages, content to be the silent witness to a spectacle performed in whispers and shadows, accompanied by laughter that transcends the boundaries of human perception. Story 29. In the hushed stillness of a misty meadow, I embarked on my early morning stroll. The dew glistened like scattered diamonds on the grass, each droplet a tiny world of its own. But on this particular day, something extraordinary caught my eye. The dew had coalesced into intricate letters, a cryptic message inscribed by unseen hands. The air was redolent with the earthy fragrance of damp soil and wild blooms, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting for me to decipher the enigmatic script etched in the delicate dew. As I knelt closer, my breath stirred the air, causing the letters to quiver and dance, elusive and mesmerizing. Day after day I returned to the meadow, drawn by an inexplicable force. Each morning brought new messages, tantalizingly close yet always just beyond my grasp. The dew-formed words shifted and evolved with the sun's gentle touch, morphing into abstract patterns that dissolved into the verdant carpet below. Occasionally, foreign languages unfurled before me, their characters both strange and familiar. The whisper of the wind through the grass and the birdsong at dawn became my companions, weaving a symphony of nature's melodies that echoed in my soul. I chronicled these mystical messages in a weathered journal, the pages bearing witness to the ephemeral beauty of the dew script. One mist-laden morning, a mandala of words and symbols emerged, spiraling outward in a mesmerizing dance. The very air thrummed with a silent energy, a prelude to secrets waiting to be unveiled. The script transcended the meadow, appearing in unexpected places, a fleeting glimpse on a fogged window, a transient flicker in rising steam. Even the frost on autumn leaves bore traces of this ethereal language, a silent conversation between realms. In my dreams, the scripts wove intricate tales, their voices a symphony of nature's whispers. Each morning, I awoke on the cusp of understanding, the elusive meaning slipping through my grasp like water. As winter descended, the messages grew sparse, manifesting only on pristine mornings when the world held its breath in crystalline silence. The frost etched its own variations of the script, a fleeting beauty that sparkled in the pale sunlight. Years passed and the messages dwindled, yet the meadow remained my sanctuary. The dew still adorned the grass in perfect orbs, a silent testament to the mysteries of the morning. Though the letters had faded, their essence lingered, a reminder that some enigmas are not meant to be unraveled. My journal, a repository of dawn's revelations, now rests on my desk. The sketched patterns seem to shift and dance in the changing light, mirroring the ever-evolving nature of the dew script. Perhaps understanding was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in bearing witness to the world's quiet wonders. The meadow, with its blurred boundary between the mundane and the magical, has become my refuge. In its tranquil embrace, I learned to savor the unanswered questions, to embrace the mysteries that defy explanation. The crystalline messages may remain a puzzle, but their presence has left an indelible imprint on my soul, a gentle reminder that life's profound moments often lie in the spaces between certainty and doubt. Story 30. In the midst of a sudden downpour one serene night, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella, only to be greeted by a peculiar sight, a trail of muddy footprints leading away from my doorstep. The rain fell with a steady beat, casting a mysterious aura over the scene, while the cool dampness in the air hinted at an unspoken visitor's passing, leaving me both intrigued and unsettled. Standing beneath the gentle glow of the porch light, I observed as raindrops delicately blurred the outlines of each footprint, turning them into soft, ambiguous shapes on the wet concrete. The rain cascaded down in tranquil waves, drowning out the usual evening sounds with its soothing white noise. My breath formed wispy clouds in the chilly air as I pondered the enigmatic marks before me. These footprints were unlike any I had seen before, not quite fitting the size or shape of my own shoes, yet strangely familiar. They appeared to have been left by someone moving with deliberate precision, each step imbued with purpose. What captured my attention most was the subtle shimmer that danced across them in the dim light, as if they held minuscule specks of moonlight within. Intrigued by this mysterious trail, I found myself irresistibly drawn to follow, my own footsteps whispering softly on the wet ground, accompanied by the gentle patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the rich scent of damp earth, intermingled with a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The footprints meandered through my garden, weaving between the plants with meticulous accuracy, never disturbing a single leaf or stem. It was as though the maker of these prints had known exactly where to step. As I continued tracing the path, I noticed a curious phenomenon. The raindrops around the footprints seemed to hesitate briefly before making contact with the ground, forming tiny suspended spheres of water for a fleeting moment. This subtle detail would have eluded me if I hadn't been paying such close attention. The trail eventually led me to a small clearing where I often sat to watch the sunset. Here the footprints encircled a perfect circle, as if their creator had stood there, slowly turning in place. Within this circle, the grass appeared subtly different, perhaps more silvery, or somehow more vibrant. Each blade swayed in an imperceptible breeze that I could not feel. Kneeling down to inspect the grass, I ran my fingers over the otherworldly blades, which felt cool to the touch and hummed with a delicate vibration that coursed through my fingertips. While the rain continued its rhythmic descent within the circle, each drop seemed to emit a faint, melodic note as it landed. Rising slowly, I noticed that the footprints extended beyond the circle, but they had transformed. They now appeared lighter, barely discernible against the dark soil, as if their maker had begun to fade into the background. The strange, sweet scent I had detected earlier grew more potent here, blending with the rain-soaked air in a way that filled me with an inexplicable tranquility. Following the fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the edge of my property. Its massive branches reached skyward like protective arms, their leaves murmuring secrets in the rain. The footprints ceased at the base of the tree, or perhaps they continued up its trunk. It was impossible to distinguish where the marks ended and the natural patterns of the bark began in the dim light and rain. Placing my palm against the oak's wet bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration that had resonated through the grass circle. The tree seemed to pulsate with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Rivulets of water cascaded down its trunk, forming and reforming patterns that almost resembled written language, only to dissolve before I could decipher them. Standing there in the rain, I became acutely aware of a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air crackled with a subtle electricity, reminiscent of the moment before a rainbow graces the sky. The raindrops now fell in intricate patterns, choreographing a dance of light and shadow that harmonized with an unheard melody. Though I never laid eyes on my silent visitor that night, their presence had transfigured my familiar garden into a realm of magic and wonder. Even upon my return indoors, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could sense the lingering traces of their passage in the surrounding air. The peculiar, sweet scent clung to my clothes for days, and occasionally, amidst the rain, I would catch fleeting whispers of it once more. Now on tranquil rainy evenings, I often find myself drawn outside, yearning to uncover new footprints leading through my garden. While I have not encountered them again, something indefinable has shifted in the way the rain descends, in the way my garden flourishes, in the way the ancient oak sways in the breeze. My silent visitor bequeathed more than mere footprints. They left behind a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each raindrop that falls. As I pen these words by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I contemplate whether the visitor merely passed through or if they bestowed a fragment of themselves upon this place, woven into its very essence. Occasionally, as I drift into slumber with the rain's hushed lullaby outside my window, I swear I can discern distant footsteps moving in perfect harmony with the raindrops, as if a phantom still wanders through my garden, leaving no trace save for their ethereal presence. Story 31. In a forgotten workshop brimming with remnants of bygone artistry, I stumbled upon a fractured timepiece, its gears laid bare and its countenance frozen in an eternal instant. As I observed the erratic dance of its wayward hands, the chilly, musty atmosphere saturated with the redolence of oil and decay appeared to throb with a narrative of stolen seconds and recollections suspended amidst the ticks. Drawn to the workshop on this autumn twilight, its weathered portal slightly ajar, beckoning me into its recesses. Moonbeams filtered through dust-kissed windows, casting elongated shadows over workbenches smoothed by decades of meticulous touch. The aged floorboards murmured beneath my steps, each footfall releasing the faint scent of weathered pine and forsaken artistry. Surrounding me, a multitude of timepieces adorn the shelves, grandfather clocks towering like silent guardians, their pendulums motionless and pocket watches nestled in velvet-lined nooks, their golden casings dulled by time's passage. Yet it was this singular object that ensnared my attention, a mantel clock with an elaborate brass visage, its crystal fractured in a design reminiscent of a spider's web. Settling into the weathered craftsman's seat, I discerned a peculiar trait about the damaged timekeeper. Despite its severed connection to power, the second hand would sporadically twitch, briefly reversing before resettling. The motion was so subtle that initially I doubted my senses in the dim illumination. My own breath seemed to harmonize with these minuscule movements, prompting me to lean closer, scrutinizing the delicate mechanism within. The tarnished brass gears retained an ethereal gleam, some bearing enigmatic symbols, markings unfamiliar in my years of antiquarian timepiece collecting. A gentle breeze wafted through the workshop, carrying the distant melody of wind chimes. Yet upon closer listening, the tinkling transformed into the delicate chiming of clock bells. The air grew dense, charged with an electric energy that caused the fine hairs on my arms to stand at attention. Extending my hand to touch the clock's face, the metal yielded an unexpected warmth beneath my fingertips. A sensation crept up my arm, ushering forth a peculiar awareness. Foreign memories began to emerge. I glimpsed visions of the workshop in its prime, sunlight streaming through pristine windows, the rhythmic cadence of myriad clocks harmonizing time, and an elderly craftsman bent over this very timepiece. His hands moved with practiced expertise as he constructed something far beyond a mere clock. The symbols on the gears began to shift and blend in my vision, rearranging into patterns that tugged at the fringes of my comprehension. Each new configuration whispered of potential, of moments that might have been, of time not flowing like a river, but like an expansive ocean with countless currents and whirlpools. The workshop around me seemed to lose solidity, as if reality itself swayed to the broken clock's rhythm. Shadows elongated and contracted in implausible ways, and in my peripheral vision, spectral figures flitted through the space, ethereal shapes engaged in their affairs in alternate times, alternate instants overlapping with my own. My fingers remained affixed to the clock's face, and I found myself unable to withdraw, not due to fear, but due to a profound, tranquil fascination. The warmth had permeated my entire being, bringing forth an understanding that transcended language. This was no ordinary timepiece. It was a portal to the very essence of time, crafted by one who had unearthed enigmas never intended for human comprehension. As night descended, a soft ticking emanated from the clock, though its mechanisms remained motionless. The sound seemed to resonate from all directions and none simultaneously, akin to the heartbeat of the workshop itself. With each tick, the spectral figures gained substance, their movements sharpening. Among them I recognized the elderly craftsman, our gazes meeting fleetingly across the chasm of years. The air grew heavy with the scent of metal and electricity, and the workshop's temperature oscillated between warmth and coolness in gentle undulations. The ticking softened, growing distant, and I realized that my perception of time had begun to drift. Moments expanded and contracted like elastic, and the boundaries between past, present, and future blurred like morning mist. Upon withdrawing my hand, the workshop reverted to its abandoned facade, yet a fundamental shift had occurred. The fractured clock sat innocuously before me, its hands tranquil once more, yet I sensed it pulsating with potential, a heart of brass and time, awaiting the next individual to unveil its mysteries. I frequent the workshop now, though its location eludes precise description. At times, I sit for hours in the ancient craftsman's seat, observing the interplay of light and shadow upon the fractured timepiece. And occasionally, in the perfect moment, I press my palm against its surface, allowing myself to drift into the realm between heartbeats where every moment coexists and time itself embodies infinite beauty. Ultimately, I never endeavored to mend the shattered timepiece. Some things I've discovered are more exquisite in their disrepair, their flaws serving as conduits for enchantment to seep into our world. And in the hush of night, when the workshop is bathed in moonlight and reminiscence, I swear I still perceive its ticking, counting out the cadence of moments that never came to pass yet forever endure. Story 32. On a misty coastal night, I ventured to an abandoned pier that stretched out into the dark, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam, a series of intricate symbols faintly glowed under the moon's soft light. The salty sea breeze carried a hint of enigma, and as I ran my fingers over the markings, it felt as though I held a key to a long-lost secret beneath the waves. The gentle rhythm of waves against aged pillars created a mesmerizing cadence, drawing me into deep contemplation. Standing there, I sensed the wooden planks beneath my feet murmuring with each step, echoing the footfalls of bygone years. The air was heavy with the tang of salt and damp wood, mingling with an ancient essence, evoking memories of forgotten tomes and hidden chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier, lured by an inexplicable force. With each visit, the mysterious symbols revealed new intricacies, curves shifting in the moon's glow, lines forming different patterns with the ebb and flow of the tide. The soft creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure reaching into its depths. On my fifth visit, I noticed a peculiar warmth surrounding the marked beam, contrasting the cool maritime air. Placing my hand against it, the wood pulsed with a gentle heat that synchronized with my heartbeat, a sensation akin to cradling a cup of perpetually warm tea. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enveloping me like a soft shroud. Within its embrace, sounds dulled and distant, creating a private realm where time ebbed differently. At times, I could swear I heard a soft hum rising from beneath the pier, harmonizing with the ocean's cadence. One tranquil night, seated beside the marked beam, I observed the water below, unusually calm, its surface a mirror reflecting the moon with clarity. Yet beneath that mirror-like veneer, shadows stirred with purposeful elegance. They glided too gracefully for fish, too sizable for common marine life, their forms elusive. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into maps of uncharted territories or pulsing beneath my touch like living script. I commenced keeping a journal, sketching the symbols as they appeared each night, noting their subtle transformations with the moon's phases. Weeks passed, and I realized other pier visitors remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes slid over the beam as if it were mere weathered wood. Even when I pointed them out, people merely nodded, deflecting the topic, their attention slipping away effortlessly. The turning point arrived during the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a faint phosphorescence, casting a gentle blue-green glow that undulated like subaquatic currents. The warm throb in the wood intensified, the humming beneath the pier clearer, carrying notes akin to an ancient, forgotten language. Near the marked beam, I discovered small objects, smooth stones etched with spirals, shell fragments exuding an inner glow, strands of silvery seaweed weaving intricate patterns. Each item felt like a message, though their significance remained elusive. Now, as I pen these words, I comprehend that I've become intertwined with the enigma dwelling here. The symbols have begun manifesting elsewhere in the condensation on my mirror, in rain patterns on my windows, in the cream swirls of my morning coffee. They no longer appear as mere symbols to decipher, but as a dialogue I'm slowly deciphering. The pier has transformed into more than a structure jutting into the sea. It's a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle mystery of the symbols continues to unveil itself, never fully disclosing its secrets, but offering morsels to keep me returning night after night to that juncture where the ordinary world meets something profound, ancient, and far beyond human comprehension. I've come to cherish that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the subtle allure of the unknown. As I sit here now, observing the fog enveloping me and feeling the familiar warmth beneath my touch, I realize I'm not meant to solve this mystery, but to become part of its ongoing narrative, adding my own chapter to whatever timeless tale unfolds in this threshold between shore and sea. Story 33. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a forgotten bus stop hidden on a quiet street. Beneath the faint glow of a solitary street lamp, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to drift from the shadows that enveloped me. The mingled scents of rain-soaked pavement and damp foliage added a haunting closeness to the sound, hinting at a hidden lament of the night. The gentle patter of rain on the metal roof provided a soothing accompaniment to my solitude. Nestling into the aged wooden bench, smoothed by years of patient waiting, I felt a sense of timelessness seep into my bones. The weathered schedule board, barely discernible under layers of neglect, whispered tales of long-forgotten roots. As my breath formed wispy clouds in the cool air, the mysterious murmur grew in clarity. Initially mistaking it for the wind playing through the rusted shelter frame or the distant hum of passing cars, I soon sensed a deliberate rhythm in its cadence, like a hushed dialogue just beyond comprehension. Fragments of words and incomplete phrases floated on the air, teasing understanding but remaining elusive. The flickering street lamp briefly cast shifting shadows that seemed to move with purpose, revealing intricate carvings on the bench where I sat. Tiny patterns resembling numbers or dates had been meticulously etched into the wood, visible only when caught in the right light. Running my fingers over these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. It no longer seemed to emanate from the shadows, but resonated from within the bench itself, vibrating through the wood and into my very being. Rather than instilling fear, the sensation wrapped me in a strangely comforting embrace, akin to a lullaby in an unknown tongue. Each number I touched altered the pitch and tempo of the sound, creating a mesmerizing harmony with the rain's gentle symphony. The air grew heavy with an unexplainable warmth, defying the autumn chill, carrying hints of summer blooms and sun-drenched wood. It felt as though the bus stop existed in a timeless bubble, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mysterious dance. My watch, frozen at an impossible angle, should have unsettled me, yet it seemed a natural part of this enigmatic experience. Reality and dream blurred like delicate moth wings against my consciousness. The murmur evolved into a structured yet incomprehensible symphony, reminiscent of multiple conversations overlapping in a crowded room, each voice belonging to a single person across different temporal moments. Surrendering to the whispers, I visualized glimpses of past passengers, their stories seeping from the very walls carried by the enigmatic murmur. An elderly woman with a letter clutched to her chest, a young man in an outdated uniform anxiously checking his watch, a child in a yellow raincoat doodling on the foggy glass, each vision as vivid as my own existence, yet as ethereal as morning mist. The street lamp's glow turned liquid, pooling around me in mesmerizing ways, while the carved numbers on the bench emitted a soft glow, casting intricate patterns across my skin. Time flowed differently here, akin to honey dripping slowly from a spoon. When I opened my eyes, the rain had ceased, though I couldn't recall when. The murmur had faded to a faint hum, lingering like the remnants of a dream. The air retained its mysterious warmth, the carved numbers still softly aglow, but a subtle shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt transformed, as if I had been initiated into a shared secret with all who had waited here before me. Though the murmur revealed no concrete message, I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something ancient yet eternally new. Gazing at my reflection in the rain-streaked glass, it briefly merged with the ghostly images of past passengers, our features blending in the dim light. As I reached out to touch the cool surface, the murmur rose once more, a fleeting farewell embrace. Leaving the bus stop, I carried an unshakable sense of having encountered something profound yet indefinable. The murmur may have faded, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced and treasured in their beautiful uncertainty. Story 34. In the quiet solitude of my attic, surrounded by forgotten treasures of a bygone era, I stumbled upon a faded photograph nestled within the weathered pages of an old album. The image, frozen in time, depicted a garden party from a time long past, its colors muted yet its essence alive. As I gazed at the scene, a subtle shift seemed to ripple through the figures, as if they were awakening from a slumber of decades. A delicate fragrance, reminiscent of ancient roses and yellowed parchment, wafted through the air, wrapping me in a cocoon of nostalgia and mystery. With the late afternoon sun casting a warm, golden hue through the dusty attic window, I settled into an antique rocking chair, its rhythmic creaking forming a tranquil lullaby. Tracing the frayed edges of the photograph with my fingertips, I felt a connection to a world suspended in time, every crease and imperfection telling a story of its own. The party-goers in the picture, dressed in finery of a bygone era, exuded a quiet elegance that hinted at hidden tales beneath their serene smiles. Among the frozen revelers, one figure stood out to me, a woman in a pearl-white gown, her gaze fixed upon the camera with an enigmatic expression. As my eyes lingered on her form, a chill danced down my spine, and the scent of roses grew stronger, enveloping me in a fragrant embrace. Closing my eyes briefly, I allowed the attic stillness to seep into my soul, embracing the enigmatic aura of the moment. Upon reopening my eyes, a subtle transformation had taken place within the photograph. The soft glow of the setting sun now pulsed with a newfound radiance, imbuing the scene with a surreal vibrancy. The woman in white appeared to have shifted, her hand reaching towards an unseen horizon, beckoning me to delve deeper into the realm of forgotten memories. As I delved further into the image, a symphony of senses enveloped me, the haunting melody of a vintage gramophone intertwined with the sweet aroma of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, painting a tapestry of a time long past. The boundary between past and present blurred, and the figures in the photograph began to breathe with life, their movements fluid and ethereal. The woman in the pearl-white dress emerged as the focal point of the tableau, her presence growing increasingly vivid with each passing moment. A pendant around her neck caught the light in a mesmerizing dance, its gleam captivating my gaze. The temperature in the attic dropped subtly, shrouding me in a cloak of mystery as shadows lengthened and time lost its grip on reality. Amidst this surreal dance of past and present, I found myself entranced by the woman's gaze, a silent communication passing between us across the chasm of time. Her pendant, a twin to one long forgotten in my grandmother's jewelry box, sparked a realization that reverberated through my very being, linking me to a legacy buried in the sands of time. As evening descended upon the attic, casting shadows over the scene, the woman's outstretched hand seemed to point towards a hidden door in the background of the grand house. Curiosity tugged at my heart, urging me to unravel the secrets that lay beyond, to step into a world veiled in mystery and enchantment. The distant strains of a waltz crescendoed in the air, the garden party guests swaying in a timeless dance that transcended the confines of the photograph. The woman in white remained a beacon of serenity amidst the shifting tableau, her smile holding the key to a narrative woven with threads of memory and longing. In a moment of revelation, I recognized her as a mirror of my grandmother in her youth, a connection bridging generations and echoing through the corridors of time. The weight of the pendant against my chest, a silent reminder of the ties that bind us to our past, resonated with a quiet wisdom that transcended words. As twilight descended upon the attic, reclaiming the scene within the photograph into its sepia-toned reality, I gently returned it to its rightful place, knowing that its secrets would patiently await my return. Descending the attic stairs, the echo of the distant waltz lingered in the air, a melodic reminder of the mysteries that lurk within the hidden chambers of memory. Some questions, I realized, are not meant to be answered, but rather embraced as whispers of the past, gently guiding us through the labyrinth of time. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her enigmatic tale with me, a fleeting glimpse into a world where the boundaries of reality and imagination melded into a seamless tapestry of dreams. And so, as I drifted into the hushed embrace of night, the scent of roses lingering in the air, I knew that some stories are meant to be cherished in the quiet recesses of our hearts, where the shadows of the past dance with the light of possibility, creating a tapestry of dreams that transcends the boundaries of time. Story 35. On a moonlit journey home, the nearly deserted subway car exuded a peculiar weightiness. Nestled in the distant corner, a lone figure perched silently, their gaze fixed upon me as the train meandered through shadowed tunnels. The atmosphere was dense with the mingling fragrances of perspiration and stagnant air, and a disquieting sensation of being observed settled upon me. The gentle sway of the carriage and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks wove a hypnotic melody that typically would have ushered me into slumber. Yet this night held a different cadence. My focus incessantly gravitated back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality surrounding them. Overhead, the fluorescent light sporadically flickered, casting eerie shadows that pirouetted across the weathered metal walls. I discerned something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette bore a subtle blur, as though glimpsed through a rain-swept window. Each blink or shift of my gaze momentarily sharpened their contours before they softened once more. The effect, delicate as a whisper, might have been attributed to my fatigued eyes had it not been for the ensuing events. The stranger extended a hand in what resembled a greeting, yet the motion left lingering traces in the air, akin to the trails of light painted by sparklers in the night sky. Each gesture rippled through the space surrounding them, distorting the advertisements plastered on the walls behind. The temperature within the car plummeted several degrees, eliciting goosebumps to prickle along my arms. Time adopted an elastic quality, stretching and compressing with each breath drawn. The intervals between stations elongated, the obscurity beyond the windows deepening to an unfathomable abyss. The customary ambient symphony of the subway, the whoosh of air, the mechanical groans, the distant echoes all receded into a velvety hush, leaving solely the heartbeat rhythm of wheels traversing tracks. I found myself scrutinizing their attire, a fusion of contemporary and antiquated elements. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or a century ago, shoes that appeared to oscillate between styles when not under direct scrutiny. Their countenance lingered in shadow despite the harsh lighting, as if darkness itself gravitated towards them. The stranger commenced a soft hum, imperceptible to my ears, yet resonating within my chest, a mournful melody evoking childhood lullabies and forsaken reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, yet I resisted their descent, ensnared amidst comfort and disquiet. Subtle metamorphoses began to ripple through the subway car. Advertisements displayed disparate images when peripherally glimpsed. The metal poles seemed to contort at impossible angles before snapping back to normalcy upon direct observation. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger ascended languidly, their movement fluid as water in weightlessness. Advancing towards me, I noted their feet hovered slightly above the floor. The air enveloping them shimmered with an opalescent sheen, akin to heat waves rising from scorching pavement. Their presence imbued the car with an aura of boundless antiquity and infinite patience. Seating themselves opposite me, a fleeting glimpse of their face revealed a visage kind and ageless, familiar yet impossible to commit to memory. When they spoke, their voice echoed like wind through autumn foliage. "You perceive beyond most," they intoned, though their lips remained motionless. It is rare to encounter one still wakeful at this hour of reality. Though I yearned to reply, to voice the myriad inquiries swirling within, I found myself enshrouded in a profound tranquility. The gentle sway of the train transformed into a cradle, and the nocturnal darkness beyond the windows evolved into a tender embrace. The stranger's presence ceased to evoke trepidation, instead resembling a reunion with an ancient friend whose name lingered just beyond reach. Upon reopening my eyes, solitude greeted me within the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with customary harshness, the advertisements extolling their usual wares. The air reverted to its accustomed temperature, and the subway's symphony resumed its familiar chorus. Yet a shift had transpired. In the window's reflection, a subtle iridescence clung to my attire, akin to dewdrops glistening in a spider's web. Nestled within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub of unfamiliar origin, adorned with script in a script I could not recognize yet comprehended effortlessly. Henceforth, when I traverse the late-night subway, I regard my fellow passengers with heightened scrutiny. Occasionally, when light strikes just so, I glimpse blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum resonating not in my ears, but in my very core, a whisper that reality is far more malleable than perceived, particularly within those twilight spaces betwixt here and there, betwixt wakefulness and slumber. Story 36. On a tranquil night, under a sky painted with a myriad of shimmering stars, I found myself drawn to an abandoned observatory nestled on the outskirts of town. Amongst the silent telescopes and dusty star charts, a sense of ancient mystery beckoned me closer. As I wandered through the weathered corridors, a faint glow seemed to emanate from within, casting an otherworldly light that merged with the celestial expanse outside. In a forgotten corner, a weathered mural captured my attention, a series of eyes carved into the crumbling wall, their gaze fixed upon me with a silent intensity. They seemed to hold a timeless wisdom, as if they had witnessed the unfolding of the universe itself. The air inside the observatory was cool and still, carrying whispers of ozone and aged parchment, hinting at the building's silent vigil over cosmic truths long forgotten. With each step I took, the wooden floors groaned softly beneath me, their worn patterns resembling frozen rivers under the soft glow of my flashlight. The instruments scattered around the circular chamber spoke of a bygone era, their intricate designs and faded calculations hinting at a deeper understanding of the stars above. A massive telescope, its brass dulled by time, pointed steadfastly towards the heavens, a sentinel of forgotten knowledge. The papers strewn about bore cryptic symbols and ancient calculations, as if they held the key to unlocking the mysteries of the universe itself. The eyes on the wall seemed to follow my every move, their presence both comforting and unsettling in equal measure. As I delved deeper into the observatory's secrets, I came across a desk covered in yellowed star charts from eras long past. A peculiar realization dawned on me as I compared the ancient constellations to their modern counterparts. The stars had shifted, not in a natural progression, but as if the very fabric of the sky had been subtly rearranged over time. Drawers opened with a soft sigh, revealing journals filled with enigmatic observations and meticulous measurements. The writing spoke of watching eyes in the void and stellar patterns that breathe, hinting at a profound connection between the observer and the observed, the watcher and the watched. A warmth seemed to emanate from the very walls of the observatory, as if the ancient stones themselves held a secret pulse that resonated with the cosmos. Time lost its meaning in that hallowed space, minutes stretching into eternity as I delved deeper into the mysteries that lay hidden within. In a journal entry dated decades past, an astronomer described a celestial object unlike any other, a being that gazed upon Earth with a sense of mutual recognition, a resonance that transcended mere observation. The observatory, it seemed, was not just a building but a living entity, a bridge between worlds. As the night wore on, I felt a profound shift within myself, a merging of my own consciousness with the timeless wisdom of the observatory. The carved eyes pulsed with celestial rhythms, drawing me into a cosmic dance where boundaries blurred and truths revealed themselves in the quiet spaces between light and shadow. With the approaching dawn, I knew it was time to depart, yet the observatory's enigmatic presence remained etched in my soul. It had imparted a profound truth that our place in the universe was not one of solitary observation, but of reciprocal connection with a cosmos that watched us as we watched it. As I left the observatory behind, bathed in the soft hues of early morning, I cast a final glance back at the ancient building. Its dome pointed towards the heavens, a silent sentinel in the grand symphony of the cosmos. The watching eyes remained, a reminder that in the tapestry of existence, we are both audience and performer, observer and observed. Though I visit the observatory sporadically, I never linger as I did on that first night. The mystery it holds is not meant to be solved, but experienced, a reminder that some truths are best left veiled in the gentle embrace of uncertainty. In the quiet moments between starlight and shadow, I find solace in the knowledge that understanding transcends words, residing instead in the eternal gaze of eyes that have witnessed the cosmos since time immemorial. Story 37. In the quiet hush of a late evening, I found myself drawn to an abandoned cinema, its marquee a faded echo of grandeur long past. Inside, the darkness enveloped me like a soft cloak as a solitary projector flickered to life, casting ethereal shapes upon the weathered screen. A delicate dance of light and shadow unfolded, weaving a tale of forgotten dreams and heartaches whispered on the air heavy with the scent of popcorn and age-old dust. The worn velvet seats welcomed me with a gentle creak as I settled into the back row, an unspoken invitation to witness the mysteries this forgotten theater held. The rhythmic hum of the projector became a hypnotic lullaby, a melody of bygone eras echoing through the silent hall. Dust motes swirled in the beam of light, forming intricate patterns that hinted at secrets just beyond reach. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, Subtle movements caught my attention, a play of shadows that seemed to breathe and sway like whispers in the night. The flickering screen revealed scenes from a silent film, each frame tinged with a sense of intimacy that sent shivers down my spine. A mysterious woman, her face veiled in shadow, wandered through timeless landscapes, a garden party, a dimly lit restaurant, a rain-soaked street, her search for something elusive etched in every graceful step. A soft murmur brushed against my ear, carrying words lost in the whispers of time. The room's temperature shifted, a dance of warmth and coolness that caressed my skin like a fleeting touch. The leather of the armrests bore a lingering warmth, as though a phantom presence had just vacated the seat beside me. The film unfolded, revealing subtle anomalies, a color-changing dress, scenes repeating with subtle variations, a discordant symphony playing out before my eyes. Instead of dialogue, the sound system filled the air with the soft cadence of breathing, punctuated by sighs that spoke of longing and yearning. Mesmerized, I noticed the woman's movements mirroring my own, a ghostly reflection of my presence in this cinematic reverie. Her elusive figure danced in the shadows, a haunting echo of my own existence. Yet her face remained veiled, a mystery just out of reach, as if waiting for the right moment to reveal its secrets. The scent of jasmine permeated the air, mingling with the musty fragrance of the old theater, weaving a tapestry of melancholy that tugged at my heart. Each breath carried a whisper of forgotten sorrow, a melody of longing that stirred something deep within me. Suddenly the film shifted, transporting me to a time long past the theater in its prime, bustling with life and laughter. Among the crowd, the veiled woman sat in various seats, her hidden gaze scanning the room as if seeking a connection that eluded her grasp. And there, tucked between the cushions, lay a weathered diary, its pages yellowed with age. Opening the diary, I was bathed in a soft glow of light from the projector, illuminating entries that spoke of endless visits to this forgotten place. Each page bore the same haunting phrase, still searching for the perfect ending. The handwriting evolved over the years, a testament to a quest that spanned generations, culminating in a final entry penned just before my arrival. The diary closed with a sense of unfinished mystery, the screen filling with static as the woman turned towards the camera, her face forever hidden from view. In the ensuing darkness, I rose to leave, guided by an unseen hand that brushed mine in a fleeting moment of connection. In the lobby, a figure in a vintage dress lingered in the shadows, a silent sentinel of stories left untold. With a gentle wave, she vanished into the night, leaving behind only the lingering scent of jasmine and the whispered promise of a tale waiting to be unraveled. Years have passed, but the memory of that night lingers like a half-remembered dream. Sometimes, in the quiet embrace of old films, the ghostly scent of jasmine fills the air, a reminder of unseen eyes watching from the shadows, waiting for a soul to share in the bittersweet beauty of stories left unfinished. Story 38. Amidst a sudden deluge on an otherwise unassuming night, I sought refuge beneath a shelter to evade the rain's relentless assault. The droplets hammered the ground with a fierce determination, yet amidst the cacophony, a gentle, urgent whisper floated through the air, carried by the storm's wild embrace. The cool, damp breeze carried the earthy fragrance of rain and distant thunder, while the whispered secrets hinted at mysteries yearning to be unveiled by the tempestuous night. Enthralled by the rhythmic symphony of raindrops dancing above me on the canopy, the whisper returned, more distinct this time, akin to a voice murmuring just at the edge of my awareness. I turned, expecting to find a figure beside me, yet only emptiness and the encroaching shadows of twilight greeted my gaze. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a soft glow that created ethereal halos in the mist-laden air, beckoning me forward into a dimly lit alley nestled between weathered brick structures. Ordinarily, I would have dismissed such a peculiar urge as fanciful whimsy, but this night bore an aura of enchantment. The whisper bore no ill intent, but rather a gentle insistence akin to my grandmother's soothing tales from my childhood. With cautious steps, I ventured into the alley, and as if in response, the rain softened to a gentle mist, caressing the brick walls that radiated a residual warmth, as if they harbored the essence of long-forgotten summers, now released into the world. My footfalls created soft ripples in the shallow puddles, reflecting the shimmering light from above in a mesmerizing display. The alley widened into a secluded courtyard shielded from prying eyes by the ancient buildings that embraced it. At its heart stood an aged fountain, its weathered stone polished smooth by the passage of time and elements. Water cascaded from its spout in a melodic harmony, blending with the rain's cadence to form a tranquil symphony that enveloped the hidden space. The whisper, now emanating from the very core of the fountain, grew more potent as I drew nearer. Clusters of delicate blue flowers adorned the fountain's base, their petals aglow with a mystical light pulsating in synchrony with the falling droplets. These blooms, unlike any I had ever seen, seemed to exist beyond the confines of time, embodying both ancient wisdom and newfound vitality in a delicate balance. Kneeling beside the fountain, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over me. The stone bore faint etchings that appeared as cryptic symbols, shifting and morphing under my touch, elusive as words written in water. The whisper evolved into coherent phrases, alluding to memories, vows, and the cyclical nature of time mirrored in the fountain's eternal dance. It narrated tales of past visitors drawn to this sanctum across centuries, lured by the same enigmatic call that resonated on rainy nights. Within the fountain's pool, reflections materialized glimpses of bygone eras, alternate lives, and fleeting moments when others had stood in my stead. Each vision ebbed and faded like dreams upon waking, leaving behind an ephemeral imprint of what once was. Amidst the gentle pulse of the blue flowers casting ethereal shadows upon the courtyard walls, time unfurled at a languid pace, akin to honey cascading from a spoon sweet, unhurried. No sense of urgency pervaded the tranquil enclave. Instead, a profound sense of tranquility enveloped me, akin to a lullaby from a distant past, faintly remembered. As the rain continued its soft descent, veiling the hidden courtyard from the world beyond, the whispers divulged secrets that would linger in the recesses of my mind, forever eluding full recollection yet eternally preserved in the tapestries of my deepest dreams. Upon rising to depart, a lone blue flower detached itself, drifting into my outstretched palm. Though its luminance had waned to blend with the natural world, its beauty remained undiminished. The whispers gradually faded as I retraced my steps through the alley, yet their comforting presence lingered like a gentle embrace. Emerging onto the rain-soaked street, the downpour had ceased, yet the air retained a weighty humidity. The familiar glow of the street lamps bathed the glistening pavement, signaling the return to mundane reality. Nevertheless, I knew within my core that I had been irrevocably altered by the enigmatic allure of that clandestine courtyard. On rainy evenings henceforth, a faint echo of those whispers occasionally graced the wind's whispers. The blue flower now rested upon my windowsill, its appearance outwardly ordinary to any passing glance. Yet in the stillness of night, when the world slumbers, it emanated a soft, pulsating light, a reminder of vows exchanged in the rain, of enigmas veiled just beyond the veil of everyday perception, patiently awaiting discovery by those attuned to the whispers within the storm.